Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with a playthrough. Oh dear, we may have muted the window instead of... Hang on. Let me fix this. There we go. Sorry. Where was I? Welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with a playthrough of the Talos Principle 2. Now, as I always seem to end up saying at the beginning of these Talos 2 streams, there is a problem that this is a very lore-heavy game, and it is the sequel to another lore-heavy game to which it directly carries on from. So there is just so much lore in this world that I cannot possibly bring you fully up to date on what's happened and what's going on here in a sensible period of time. So I'm just going to do my best and give you the cliff notes. So we are... Hang on. Let me swap to the controller. Oh dear. Why is the controller not being recognised? I can do it with mouse and keyboard if necessary. It's just I don't see why there would be a controller problem. I don't know why there is a controller problem today. Probably because I updated my system yesterday to get Phasmophobia to run. It's probably broken something and now Steam... Oh my goodness, and then the mic nearly fell over. This is not a good start. Alright, guess I'm using mouse and keyboard today. Where was I? So, we are... I don't know the appropriate button to show you what I want to show you now. We're an Android. I should be able to zoom out and show you that, but I don't know what the mouse and keyboard shortcut is for that. We exist in a world where Homo sapiens have gone extinct. A disease was released from permafrost, I believe in Antarctica, I could be wrong. And humanity had very little time to get its affairs sorted before it went extinct. In that time, they managed to build a bunch of android bodies, which they put into storage, but they weren't yet technically advanced enough to be able to create a human-level AI. So what they did instead was they built a supercomputer that would run a genetic evolutionary algorithm to create successively more and more intelligent AIs. And they just left that running, and it was set up so that once once a sufficiently intelligent AI had been produced, or more specifically, because it's a genetic evolutionary algorithm, it would actually be a it would be a whole population of sufficiently intelligent AIs. It would then trigger a protocol which led to the AIs being loaded into the android bodies, and that's basically how civilization has been restarted. It took hundreds of years, but eventually the supercomputer completed its job, and one android body was booted up with the AI which was the protagonist from the first game. All the other android bodies have been that they then awakened have been given AI personalities, AIs, which are essentially a genetic combination of the last generation of AIs that were running in the simulation. So they're each new individuals that have never existed before. And as you can see, they've been very busy. There has been a major schism in their society. Some of them felt that they should be ambitious and keep pushing for more industrial and technological development, but a large number felt that they don't want to repeat the same mistakes that Homo sapiens committed. And I say Homo sapiens because they call themselves humans as well. They consider themselves the direct successors to us. They don't want to repeat the same mistake, they don't want to destroy the environment, they don't want to destroy themselves, so they've been following a very conservative policy. The first android to wake up, called herself Athena, and she apparently gave them the goal to reach a population of 1,000, but that has since been interpreted as a limit, that they should never go beyond 1,000. We are android number 1,000. Again, I would show you that, but I don't know how to... Hang on, what are the controls? Can I... I'm using mouse and keyboard. How do I zoom out? Toggle perspective, H. Right. We are an android. If you look on our chest there, you may just about be able to make out the number 1,000. All the androids have their... Well, other than one, which I'll get to in a second... have a number on their chest which denotes... Oh, actually, I take it back. Maybe they don't all. The overwhelming majority... Ah, you're number 11. That'll be why. You're one of the originals. Okay, interesting. What was I saying? Most of them have the number on their chest that they were produced in. And our birthday was called Completion Day. On that day... They were suddenly contacted, apparently, by another civilization that was more advanced than them, which was kind of surprising. There was a giant hologram that appeared in the sky. They do not have that sort of technology in New Jerusalem. This is the city. Calling itself Prometheus and telling them to come visit some island. They went there and they found that there were puzzles there to be completed, which was very odd, to be able to progress through the ruins. But the ruins were extremely technologically advanced, and they also had encounters with a being called the Sphinx and a being called Pandora, neither of whom seemed to be particularly pleased that they were there, although they didn't actively harm them or anything. Since then, we've discovered that Athena had been there, because Athena disappeared from New Jerusalem quite some time ago, hundreds of years ago, and hadn't been seen since. It turns out she went there and built herself a daughter called Miranda. She is not one of the 1,000 that live in New Jerusalem. She is in addition to that number, and then they apparently, as far as we can tell, went off and technologically developed far beyond anything they have in New Jerusalem, presumably because they've got such conservative policies in New Jerusalem now. Right, so the final bit of lore that I should probably tell you is that Athena used to have a partner called Cornelius. Shortly after she disappeared, he disappeared for a number of years on a research expedition and then came back, and when he came back, apparently he shut himself off from everyone else. Well, we have now found positive proof that he was actually at the ruins with Athena when she was building the place. And we've been tasked with having a word with him because he didn't mention any of this to anyone ever. Oh, one other thing. We were on an expedition examining the ruins. Our expedition leader, Byron, got into some trouble and is no longer... as far as we're aware, he's still alive, but he got separated from us and we haven't been able to retrieve him. So yeah, I think that's the essentials caught up on. Sorry it took so long. Right. We were doing some interactive fiction, I believe. Because the interactive fiction was one of the ways that the androids in the simulation used to entertain themselves. So this is considered like part of their cultural heritage. They've built various interactive fiction is text adventures, incidentally, for anyone that's not familiar. They've built themselves some text adventures, and this is like an art exhibit where you can come to play. Argument Simulator by Guta. A short punchy work of games as commentary. Do you agree with the conclusion it suggests? Let's give it a go. This is completely optional, by the way. I'm doing this because I want to do this. Written and designed by Guta. Start. Choose your character, Goldblum or Socrates. I think it's got to be Goldblum, surely. Oh, or Library Assistant. That's a reference to the first game. That would be Milton. But I think we're going with Goldboom. I apologise. Choose your argument. It's true, it's false, it's not true. It's not true, I guess, since that is more open than it's true or it's false. That's the opposite of the truth. You're wrong. This is obviously incorrect. This is obviously incorrect. No, it isn't. I can contradict you. The premise of your contradiction is itself contradictory. I question your epistemology. I question your axiomic principles. I question your ethics. I question your metaphysics. Let's find out what we agree on. Okay, it feels like a good idea for us to understand one another better. Game over. Thank you for playing Argument Simulator. Would you like to play again? Well, wasn't that entertaining? So the game ends when the argument ends. And what is this? We did this one earlier. This one last stream. Jefferson Goldboom and the Spectre of Modernity. That was a lot of fun. Ghosts of Atlantis by Corazon. A lyrical, atmospheric quasi-sequel to Atlantis, a classic work by Lilith. Right, she was in the simulation. The original game told the story of the inundation of the mystical island, no doubt reflecting the impending fate of the citizens of Gehenna. Ghosts of Atlantis, written and designed by Corazon, dedicated to the people of Gehenna. Oops, I didn't mean to quit. I can't read that because the the phone that's doing the face captures in the way. I assumed it just said credits, but no, it said quit. Start. Gently, your ship touches down on the land that once was the Isle of Atlantis, which in the days before the waters receded lay deep under the sea of Atlas. You have come to find the last legacy of your ancestors. The red sun burns bright in the sky, scorching the dying earth. Begin your pilgrimage. Journey to the Broken Tower. Journey to the Lost Shore. Journey to the Temple of the Owl. Journey to the Temple of Serpents. Journey to the Ancient Farlands. Journey to the Temple of the Owl, I think. That sounds like the symbol of Athena. Not Athena the character in this game, the Greek goddess. The sun grows bigger and brighter, time is running short. Your next stop is the Temple of the Owl, the greatest scientific institution of old Atlantis. Here the ancients tried to understand the secret laws of the cosmos, although their studies did not advance far enough to prevent their fate. The ghost of the scientist awaits you in the ruins. Speak to the scientist. I have not rested in death, the scientist tells you. In fact, death has provided ample opportunity for study. I've learned much about the machinery of creation. He hesitates. I would like to join you, but I fear that the truth I've discovered will offend and outrage many. Tell him not to reveal the truth. Tell him that the time of such outrage has passed. Tell him the truth matters more than anything. Tell him that outrage should not prevent compassion. Or tell him to stay behind. I don't know if the top one's true. Tell him the truth matters more than anything. I don't know if it matters, but once it is known, it cannot be ignored. Still, if you believe it matters, then it does, and I will join you. Continue your pilgrimage. Journey to the Broken Tower, to the Lost Shore, Temple of the Serpent, journey to the Ancient Farlands. Broken Tower. That sounds like it may have been to do with institutions and government and so on, because towers are traditionally in art seen as a symbol of stability and strong foundations, and broken towers by extension in art are seen as a sign of things that have been destroyed. On the northern shores of the island, where the frozen ocean once stretched to the horizon, stands the remains of a tower. Here lived a great magician who advised the king of Atlantis in matters of the sublime. Approach the tower. I wasn't correct then. There is very little left of the once impressive structure. To anyone else, it would be a pile of rubble covered in black, dried out moss. You can see a glimpse of its past, of the craft that went into its making. By the tower stands the ghost of the magician awaiting you. Speak to the magician. A great marvel was revealed to me in this tower, the magician says, a glimpse of the sublime. And although I am dead, and my soul has spent an eon under the sea, that vision is not lost to me. Even now, I could summon it and reveal it fully. He pauses. If I do, I will finally witness the sublime in all its glory, he says. But I believe that in this moment, my soul will be annihilated. Is that a fate I should embrace or reject? Annihilation of the self is liberty. Annihilation of the self is sin. I really can't say, because I don't know what the ethics surrounding ghosts are. I don't know what happens to them after a ghost is annihilated. I don't know what their existence is like, as is. I don't really feel like I should be expressing an opinion either way. Well, I mean, really, it's up to them, I'd have thought. Do they feel that their existence as a ghost is worth pursuing or not? Oh well. The thing is, I don't want to tell them it's a sin, because I don't know how bad it is. I don't have the information to make such a judgment, but annihilation of the self is liberty sounds manipulative, like I'm just trying to get them to do what I want. I feel like I'm rather stuck between a rock and a hard place here. I'm either judging them unfairly, or I'm encouraging them to do something which may not be in their best interests. Well, it's a game within a game. I guess I'll go with annihilation of the self is liberty, and we'll see where it takes us. You speak wisely, the magician says. I have lingered here too long. He turns away from you, towards a world beyond your sight. A bright light suffuses him, and you cannot tell whether the magician is laughing or screaming. And he is gone. Continue your pilgrimage. Oh dear. I hope he's alright. For some what's the phrase? I've forgotten. I was going to say for some definition of alright, but that's not the phrase. I hope he's alright to the extent that that it is possible for him to be alright, if that makes sense. Journey to the Lost Shore. Your journey takes you to a wasteland that was once a beach where children from the Atlantean capital of Luna came to play. Here stands the ghost of the poet, contemplating the dying sun that fills the sky. Speak to the poet. I never completed my great work, he says. There were too many priests and censors who interfered, who did not allow me to create what I intended because they feared the free and true expression of poetic genius. And then came the earthquakes and the waves, and long ages under the sea, and now this time of burning death, yet still I long for its completion. My soul imagines what could have been. You must accept that your work cannot be finished. You are dead. You must refuse to accept your death and find a way of completing the great... I assume that says work. Yes. I can sort of make out what it says if I look up at OBS. Like, obviously it's not being covered by the phone. But the writing's quite small. All art is irrational, the poet says. It is not the opposite of reason, but beyond reason, and so is defiance of death. Even by the dead themselves, we are gone. We do not exist, and yet we refuse to surrender. Perhaps that is what's called faith. Ask the poet to join you. It will be good to have you with us. Oh. It will be good to have you with us. I've forgotten what voice I gave the scientist before. The scientist tells the poet, you know much of the truth, I think, and you have remained too long in this place. Continue your pilgrimage. I wonder if I made the wrong choice with the magician and could have had him join us. Journey to the Temple of Serpents. You make your way to the Temple of Serpents, which once was the greatest hospital in all of Atlantis. The sick and the injured came here from all across the island, hoping that salvation could be found in its halls. All that is left of the temple is a labyrinth of low walls, and the ghost of the physician waiting for you. It is faint, barely visible. Speak to the physician, explore the labyrinth. Speak to the physician. I worked here day and night for many years, and I saved countless lives, the physician says, and yet, of all the lives that I saved, only one survived the death of the island. A young messenger escaped on one of the ships thanks to another's sacrifice, and I have wondered many times since, was my work in vain? The burden of this question is eroding my soul. I believe that is a direct reference to the first text adventure in the first Talos Principle game. No, because death comes in to all in the end. No, because that messenger is my ancestor. No, because to save one's life saves all lives. No, because all lives are worth saving, no matter the future. Or all things are in vain unless we choose to believe differently. I kind of like the first one and the last one best. Let's go with the last one. All things are vain unless we choose to believe differently. The physician's eyes widen and he becomes more visible. You're right, the physician says. In my work, I've seen life and death. And I know that to the cosmos one is the same as the other, but not to me. It is I who find meaning in life. I must choose to continue doing so. Ask the physician to join you. I will join you, the physician says. There is still good I can do, even as a ghost. Continue your pilgrimage. Journey to the ancient farmlands. I think I called it farlands before. The soil used to be rich, life-giving. Generations of humans relied on it to survive. Then the waves came, and after the waves, the dying sun. Now that all life is gone, something has been revealed underneath the soil. A city of unimaginable antiquity. The ghost of the farmer waits in the ruins. Oh, I never got to go to the labyrinth, did I? That's not... I had the choice, and I chose to speak to the physician instead. I didn't realise I couldn't go back and do the other. Interesting keyboard they have here, with all these symbols above many of the letters. Speak to the farmer. This city is older than the capital, the ghost tells you. It is older than Atlantis itself. When our most distant ancestors huddled in terror before the thunder and lightning, this city was already old. And yet this city is not foreign to us. We too are its citizens. He looks directly at you, and there is a light in his eyes that is not of this world. Are you willing to swear fealty to this city, across the boundaries of time and space? Why not? Yes. Good, but remember that even in the lofty world of the stars, where you have come from, that loyalty will be tested. Ask the farmer to join you. The strange lights fades from the ghost's form. The farmer smiles. Why, of course I'd love to join you. I've always loved adventures, you know, and never got to go very far from home. Continue your pilgrimage. Journey to the palace. The palace once stood in the very heart of Luna, the capital of Atlantis. Here the greatest artists and craftsmen of that long-forgotten era built marvels and luxuries that would astound even a traveller from the distant future. But these things, like everything else, are gone now. Only a single remnant of the Atlantean world remains. That is perhaps the most precious, a great mosaic telling the history of Atlantis. Before it waits the ghost of the king. Speak to the king. I try to be a good man, the king says, to be kind, to balance justice with mercy, to honour the gods, to support the peasant and the scholar alike. Yet I failed. Why? You failed because you are immoral and Mother Earth punished you. You did not fail. We are here. Or, all kings must fail, but it is not your fault that you were born a king. Or, you failed because you put yourself above others and hoarded luxury. I think I like the second one. You did not fail. We are here. The king is comforted by your words. You speak kindly, he says. I know that I am not without blame, but in the end I chose to save others before myself, so perhaps you are right, and I did not fail entirely. Ask the king to join you. The king lays his ghostly crown aside. I will join you, but only as a man. Examine the mosaic. The mosaic is a work of superb beauty, a great work of history and humanity. In it you see reflected all the hardship, tragedy, hope, triumph and heartbreak of your ancestors. This is what you came to find. Retrieve the mosaic. You cannot retrieve the mosaic alone. The forces of time are too powerful, and the strength of a single person is not enough. Ask the ghosts for help. Even with the help of the ghosts, you cannot entirely pry the mosaic loose from the morass of history, but you succeed at removing a large part depicting the golden age of the island. You'll have to do. Return to your ship. I wonder if I got the magician as well, if that would have been different. A strange, bittersweet feeling fills your heart as you return to your ship. You did not fail, yet so much was lost. Could you have done better? Should you have? As the sun engulfs the earth, you wonder what will be remembered of your own time. Shall I restart and just try and do basically the exact same thing, but see if I can grab the magician as well? Obviously I'm going through this much more quickly now. Of course, I never explored the labyrinth. Knowledge of the self is sin. But rejecting the quest for sublime is also sin, the magician says, hesitant. Our grasping for the sublime is what makes us more than animals. Then find another way to witness the sublime without being annihilated. If the sublime requires us to destroy our essence, it's not worth it. Make your own sublime instead. Make your own sublime instead. The magician laughs out loud, startled by his suggestion. Make my own? How unambitious, he chortles. And yet, what an idea! What a fascinatingly mad idea! So mad that perhaps it's worth trying. Ask the magician to join you. I will join you gladly, the magician says. I would like to see some of the wonders you have brought from the sky. Continue your pilgrimage. So I'll just pick up the others. I do find it interesting that the scientist speaks to the poet, because what if I didn't have the scientist with me? Presumably I'd get different dialogue. I wonder if there are other instances of that, where if I pick them up in a specific order, we'd see some additional interactions. Right, we're speaking with the king again. Right, so we have all the ghosts that we're aware of, but I didn't go to the labyrinth. With the help of the magician, the scientist, the poet, the physician, the farmer, and the king, you pry the mosaic loose. Holding it in your powerful metallic arms, you are filled with awe at the depth of history, the bittersweet beauty of human endurance, and above all, at the miracle that allowed this part of your distant path to survive. Return to your ship. As you return to your ship, your heart is filled with a soaring joy such as you have never felt before. In this moment, humankind stands defiant before time. Today, the past is redeemed, transformed, exalted. Atlantis lives, and her ghosts rejoice. Your ship takes off, leaving the Earth to burn. But the Earth is not lost, no. And as those ships, their painted sails, carried forward the legacy of Atlantis, so your ship carries forward the legacy of Earth, to the great sea of stars from whence we came, and to which we will all return. So I wonder if we were supposed to be an android. We certainly seem to have a spaceship. Still, I'd say that was very successful. Before we head to speak with Cornelius, if you'll forgive me, I might spend just a few minutes seeing if I can get this controller to work. If I can, I can. And I'll live with it. Okay, so I've confirmed one thing there. My computer is definitely picking up the fact that there is a controller plugged in, so the question then becomes why, presumably, is Steam not aware that there is a controller plugged in? One moment more. Controller. Got it working. It was just in the wrong mode. That then brings into question the problems I was having the other day, though. Do you remember when I was playing... well, some of you may not remember, but I was playing Dark Souls 2, and I mentioned how suddenly my controller isn't behaving properly. When I try to roll instead of... Sorry, when I try to run, I roll instead. And like if I hold down the run button, I just roll repeatedly as if the... Because in Dark Souls 2, it's the same button to roll as run. It's just you press it to roll or hold it to run. I was holding it and I was just rolling repeatedly, like that button was being pressed over and over again. And I said at the time, oh, my controller must... When I tried to fix it, I changed the mode of the controller and then it started working. And I remember saying, oh, for some reason my controller must have gone into the wrong mode. It's the little slider on the back of the controller to determine whether it's acting as an Xbox, PlayStation, Switch or Android controller. That's just on the back, and so I could have easily nudged it into the wrong position. Well, I've just checked, and I'm pretty sure it should be in the Xbox mode. That's how I use it as, and I think that it was in the correct position when I was playing Dark Souls, Xbox mode, and I changed it to a PlayStation controller, I think, during the Dark Souls stream, and that fixed it, which then raises the question, why did it ever stop working in the first place? Since it must have, that would imply it was in the right mode all along. I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken, maybe I'm just getting confused. The important thing is the controller's working now. So let's carry on. If anyone's curious, it's an 8-bit Do Pro 2 that I'm using. Right. Really? No one has tried to speak to Cornelius yet? I find that hard to believe. Purple.
Dude, you're back from the island.
Indeed.
I'm so glad you're okay, dude. Especially after what happened to Byron.
How's the situation in New Jerusalem?
Lately, a lot of folks have been saying maybe that Byron dude is right after all. Like, maybe to really be excellent to each other, we have to build something new and bodacious. Don't know what'll happen now that he's had that bogus accident.
Have you met Cornelius?
Yeah, I come here all the time. He's a wise dude. I've asked him a lot of dumb questions, and he's always taken the time to answer them.
Have a nice day, dude.
Oh, okay. What are you doing here?
Oh, it's Neath, not Cornelius. I'm looking for Cornelius. Has he disappeared?
Ah, I assume it has something to do with your expedition?
Yeah.
I must admit I haven't been following the news. Sorry, been a little lost lately.
Cornelius seems to have been at the megastructure with Athena. Or are you okay? I think that takes priority. Are you okay?
No, not really. When you asked me what I would do now that my job is redundant, I don't know, I guess I hadn't thought about it. I had just focused on getting there. And after you left, it all just rushed over me. The truth is, I don't know who I am without this. Creating new life, guiding people into existence, that's who I am. More importantly, I think that's who I want to be. And if we stop growing, that's the one thing I can't be anymore. That's why I wanted to talk to Cornelius. He was there at the beginning. He knows where we came from. I thought he might help me understand where I could go next.
You can find a new calling, I'm sure of it. You shouldn't have to give up who you are. It's a sacrifice, but it's necessary for the planet. This is a difficult one. Because on one hand, I mean, it's quite politically charged because it actually directly it's directly tied in with the whole should they be expanding or not situation. I mean, the thing is, if it really were the case that they shouldn't be expanding, then I think that would count as hard luck on her, because I don't think she should be guiding new people into the world just because it fulfills some need for her, if the world really, really would suffer if there were new people. But on the other hand, and the point being that I may think that 1,000 androids is too few, but that doesn't mean that there's going to come a point where there are too many, and it just means we haven't reached that point yet. I think expecting her to be able to do this for the rest of her existence, which could be, you know, hundreds of thousands of years, is not necessarily sound. It's quite likely that at some point she's going to reach a point where she can no longer do it without without consequences for the planet. But on the other hand, I do appreciate the point that it means a lot to her. So I kind of fall between the first two. You can find a new calling, I'm sure of it, or you shouldn't have to give up who you are. I think making this all about who she is kind of missing the larger points. But you can find a new calling, I'm sure of it, also seems a bit callous. I feel like there's a middle ground there. You know, along the lines of personally, I don't think there's anything wrong if we continued growing for a while now, and so you could continue doing it. But while you're doing it, you may also want to think in terms of, well, there are other things that you might find fulfilling. But since I've been playing this, since I've largely come to the conclusion that most of the problems they're facing are due to them not being ambitious enough, they need, like, okay, having the concept of having limits is very good, and they should be thinking in terms of, okay, at what point do we have enough people, at what point do we stop? But they're not close to reaching it yet, in my opinion, and they are literally suffering from all sorts of infrastructure problems because they don't have enough people and they're not going out there husbanding the resources that they need to. So with all that in mind, I guess I'll go with you shouldn't have to give up who you are.
Thank you, 1K. I don't want to. I liked who I was, who I still am. Now, you said you were looking for Cornelius?
I did. Yes, he seems to have been at the megastructure with Athena.
Oh, that's... well, I suppose it shouldn't really come as a surprise. They were very close, you know. After she disappeared, he went away for a long time. On a research expedition, he said. To be honest, everyone assumed he was working out his grief over being left behind. Many of the first companions were deeply shocked by her decision, particularly Byron.
Where is he now?
That's the thing. I wanted to talk to him about my future, but he wasn't responding to my messages. So I came here to talk to him, and he seems to have vanished.
I'm not surprised. Any idea where he might have gone? Did you check his house? Can I access his terminal? Any idea where he might have gone?
No. The truth is that for the longest time, he barely left the museum. He was always at his terminal, working day and night. I asked him what he was doing once, and he said he was saving the past.
Could that be a reference to the ambition of the past or something else? Did you check his house?
I did, on my way here. And I messaged most of his other friends. He doesn't seem to be anywhere in the city at all.
Can I access his terminal?
I suppose so. It seems a little unethical, but then... it is just his work terminal, right?
Well, I don't know what he uses it for, but under the circumstances that someone is potentially, Byron that is potentially in great danger, and he's the only person we're in contact with that may be able to provide useful information on the subject, I don't think it's unethical to try to locate him, especially, you know, given the circumstances of his disappearance. That's all.
Good luck with everything, 1K.
Thank you.
And thanks for taking the time to talk to me.
You're very welcome. Where was his terminal? It wasn't any of these. I thought he had like a terminal over here, didn't he? I could be wrong. Maybe I am wrong. Interesting. I don't think they're supposed to be doing that. Pretty sure that's a bug. I completed all of this, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I remember doing it. Oh, hang on. The game's telling me where I need to go. Here. Right. What have we got? Notes. Lab location inaccessible. Deliberate? Unclear. User profile? Yes. Gold puzzles as barrier? Yes. Right, I have to solve the gold puzzles. Hidden as self-protection? Likely. External help for upload? Yes. Ask Herman? No. Trust 1K? Undecided. Applicable to Calvin? No. Applicable to Sarabai with Noema? Yes. That's interesting. Let me check my notes wherever they've gone. I've got a feeling... those were both founders. Sarabai was. Or companions they called them, didn't they? Calvin wasn't. died. Yemo, Calvin, Isaac. Wait, then Calvin must have been one of the first ones. Or was that died in the... No, that must have been died during the... New Alexandria disaster. Right, okay. So we never found out what happened to... Wait, was Sarabai the one that left... Hang on. Going back to my notes. Were they the one that left with followers at one point? No signature for Sarabai, so Sarabai must have left. Irritatingly, looks like I didn't make a record.
So this is what Cornelius was working on? Strange. It looks a bit like the blueprints for the Somnodrome, but no, it's not quite that. Is he trying to isolate something in the buffer? Maybe Melville can make sense of it, but I think this might be a dead end.
Some sort of memory?
I need to finish up with the mayor. You can head back to the VTOL whenever you're ready. I'll meet you there. No rush, though.
Some sort of memory reader? Hang on. Who was the one that left? There was an individual who left New Jerusalem with some followers. At one point. Who was that? Was it Trevor? Lifrasir. It was Lifrasir, so it wasn't Sarabai. Okay, sorry about that. I may have been sounding a bit cryptic to you up to this point, but that's because, as I say, there's a fair amount of lore in this game, and I was trying to get some of it that I'd half forgotten straight in my head. Right, so Athena was the first android to wake up, and she's the only one with an AI that was directly taken from the simulation. All the others, as I say, have composite AIs that are combinations of individuals that existed in the simulation. The first 12 that she woke up became known as the Companions. Athena herself, I believe, is the founder, I think, and they're the Companions. Making 13 in total. We've discussed this before, and the fact that that is, very similar to Jesus and the 12 Apostles, but still. And then all the other androids came later. Now, of the founders, we know that Yemo died. I believe it... Do we know how... We don't know how he died, actually. We just know that he did. And that they mourned him at the time. This was early on. This was before New Alexandria had... New Jerusalem had been set up. There was another much earlier on in the game, we were speaking to somebody, and they said they had a signature of all the founders, other than... Sorry, all the companions. I'm getting my names mixed up in my head. All the companions, other than Sarabai and Yemo, obviously, they said. Well, it wasn't obvious to us, because we don't know their story, or didn't at the time. We now know that Yemo died, but we don't know what happened to Sarabai, I don't think. So, it was very notable when we were looking through Cornelius, he was also a companion. We were going through his terminal with these cryptic notes, and it said applicable to Calvin, no. Applicable to Sarabai, with Noema, yes. The Noema project, I believe, was the one that was actually the project that was setting up the supercomputer that would generate all their generate the human level artificial intelligences for being uploaded to the android bodies originally. I believe that was like the name of the project. So I have no idea what that means, but we know that Sarabai, people say, or that individual said, obviously I don't have their signature. We don't know why. And Calvin definitely died, I think, during the New Alexandria incident. Could Sarabai have died then, or could Sarabai have just left New Jerusalem, not been seen again? I don't know. It's very interesting, though. We were told to go back to the VTOL, but that we could take our time. I'm just wondering if there's anything else optional we can do. And there is! There's protesters, I think. What do your signs say? Public transportation must be safe.
Welcome back, 1K. Thanks again for signing that petition. Unfortunately, as you can see, it wasn't enough.
What's going on?
Yesterday, there was a sudden brownout in the grid, and we almost had a derailment. We've been warning the mayor for months, and all he ever gives us is waffle about the goal. This can't go on.
I fully support you. I think what you're doing is wrong. City needs stability right now. I agree with you, but your methods are wrong. I disagree with you, but I support your right to strike. I don't want to get involved. I fully support you. This is non-violent protest, and they are dealing with a situation that could actually factually lead to deaths. It seems to me that this is absolutely correct. I fully support you.
Thank you. Your support means a lot to us. We need to get through to people.
Did you hear Atul's speech?
I heard it 15 times when he was practicing it. I think Atal, like many of us, feels that the time for change is long overdue. The technology you uncovered on the island is the final catalyst for that change, or it should be.
I should go.
What can I do for you, 1K?
Where could Cornelius have gone?
If it's true that he knew where Athena was, then he's gone back to the island.
That was my guess
There's
as
no
well.
way he'd ever leave her. He must have some kind of plan. But I don't know more than that. He's been very private these last few centuries.
You say there's no way he'd leave her. You don't know the circumstances. You're assuming she's even on that island. She might not be. He may well know that she isn't. But yes, he did say... What was it he said? Thanks, that's all. There was something in his notes that led me to believe he probably had gone back to the island. Let me quickly check again. Oh, lab location inaccessible. Deliberate unclear. That's what I was thinking of. That makes... Oh, and the gold puzzles as barrier as well. That makes me think that he is... probably trying to reverse engineer something that Athena did on the island. And that's why he's gone back there. He clearly seems to think that there is something that he can usefully do there. On the island is my guess.
Hello, new one.
Hello.
Are you browsing or buying?
I don't see any stock. What kind of shop is this?
The kind that trades in hopes and dreams. Yours for the right price. Is there something your heart desires?
Perhaps.
I've uploaded my most popular items to your interface. Does anything there spark your imagination?
Internal monologue, 10 credits. Sensory tuning, 10 credits. Future prediction, 20 credits. A clean start, variable price. Inner peace, 1,000 credits. Credits?
Oh, you don't have any credits yet. Well, let me extend you some credit. Ka-ching! 55 credits. Just make sure you spend them with me. They're not worth much anywhere else. Now, what was it you wanted?
What is going on here? I mean... I'm not allowed to just leave this conversation at this point. I have to select something. So let's go for the one that I can't afford. Because I don't know what the others are going to do. Or do I just go for one of them and see what happens? Now let's go for Inner Peace, 1,000 credits.
Whoa! Inner peace doesn't come cheap. Come back when you've got 1,000 credits.
How do I get credits?
So, something else perhaps.
Okay, internal monologue.
That one comes with the following disclaimer. Internal monologue was discontinued as a default feature in new builds. Constant self-commentary is not recommended for all customers. But I can switch yours on for 10 credits if you're sure you want it.
Wait, hang on. So is this... is she, like... activating features of our hardware and software? Is she actually essentially hacking us? I'm kind of curious what this is going to do. I'm sure.
As you wish. I'm uploading the new settings now. Do you hear anything?
Why is she staring at me? I don't hear anything. I'm not sure this is working. Wait, no. This is new. I didn't used to think in words like this. It's like there's this little translator turning all my thoughts into some kind of ongoing narrative. It's kind of relentless. How do you make it stop? Do I just not think? I'll try that.
This is amazing. So we've confirmed we're definitely... Well, I say definitely.
Is it working? No! Still describing everything in words. This is starting to be...
A bit overwhelming, isn't it? I turned mine off long ago, but some of the older folk learned to live with it. Sure you want it?
Yes.
That's fortunate. Because we couldn't pull that thing out of you without taking half with it. It'll mostly run in the background. Just don't think about it too hard.
Wait.
What? Is this internal monologue me? Or some kind of virus? Am I a life form which learned to describe itself? Or a parasite which survives by providing a narrative service to its host? Hold on, she's going to say something else.
So, something else perhaps?
Oh my goodness. That was, this is certainly something. What was I thinking? So they can't, they turned the internal monologue off for new models by default, but they can't remove it once it's on very easily. She might have said that as part of the disclaimer, but she didn't. Sensory tuning.
A very popular choice. Enhanced sensory perception lets you distinguish sounds, shapes, and colors at greater distance. It's 10 credits.
I'll take it.
Okay, I'm updating your settings now.
I'm not sure if this is a good idea.
Hey presto, superhuman senses. Does the air taste fresher? Do you hear
we
the
have
birds
taste.
chirping outside the door? And beyond that, the river bubbling through the dam.
No, I feel nothing.
Nothing as in you're not impressed by the stat gains, or nothing as in I've accidentally erased your entire sensory system.
Okay, that one will be funny. I still feel something.
Okay, Few. I'll let you into a secret. You and I don't have fleshy appendages like our ancestors. What we can sense is mostly a function of where we direct our attention. Anyway, I hope you find something worth paying attention to. So, something else perhaps?
Incidentally, that is genuinely a open question when it comes to humans, and I know someone that looked at this problem. Do we as human beings have a rich internal experience whereby all our senses are being fed in and processed together? Or do we actually have a much narrower experience where we're only perceiving the things which we currently turn our attention to? And this also relates to obviously memory and stuff like that, because it's like we obviously only remember some details. Is that because our brain only bothered to remember certain details, or is it that we never, the things that we didn't, or is it that we have a much sparser internal experience and we never properly perceived those other things? I believe that is still an open question. Personally, I lean more towards we have a sparse internal experience. I suspect it is actually the case that where we direct our attention directly determines what we're perceiving, if that makes sense. I think that if you're focusing on something so much that you don't see or hear something, I think genuinely you didn't see or hear it, but could be wrong. Future prediction.
For 20 credits, I can peer into your future and tell you what I see.
Read me my future.
Let me consult the algorithms. Oh dear. I'm afraid you're going to change the world. You will have a choice, but whatever you do, New Jerusalem will never be the same again. I'm sorry it's not better news.
To be honest, I was
Best not
expecting
to worry
that.
about it, dear. You just do your best to have fun in the meantime. So, something else perhaps?
If anything, I'm just impressed that you managed to. I'm not sure you. I'm not convinced by any means you actually provided a genuine service there. I think you may have just been. I think you may have been, as in, I'm not sure you actually looked at real algorithms and predicted anything in that sense. I think you may have just been making guesses. But it was a good guess, because that's exactly what I was expecting to be the case. A clean start.
I can give you that for free. My darling, you've been alive all of 5 minutes. This is your clean start. Be who you want to be. Enjoy yourself. So, something else perhaps?
Opens for a future prediction again. Do we have enough month credits left? I don't think we do. I think we're on 15 credits now.
For 20 credits, I can peer into your future and tell you what I see.
Read me my future.
What a shame. I don't think you've got enough credits for that. So, something else perhaps.
So it is keeping... I was going to say, if she went ahead reading our future again, that would have told me that the game wasn't actually keeping track of our credits internally. And these were just dialogue options that were simulating, or trying to approximate having credits, if that makes sense. By, you know, making sure that we could afford everything other than the one option that was beyond our price range. But no, the game does actually seem to have been keeping track. Thanks, that's all.
Before you go, do you have a moment to participate in some customer feedback? Are you satisfied with what I've given you?
Hang on, it's not you're only selling words because of the internal monologue. So, no, all you're selling is words. Yes, you're offering more than you let on. Maybe later. No, never ask me again, seriously. Yes, you're offering more than you let on.
Yes. You understand. Words manifest the reality they describe. When you name something, you create it. Our minds are algorithms, and the right sequence of language can change our underlying code. With that in mind, I hope you have a good day. Please come back if you need anything else.
What an unusual person. I wonder if that internal monologue thing I bought is going to show up again. Oh, wait, here it is.
I was just thinking, if what she said is true, do you think it's possible that the internal monologue was technically there all along, but we just hadn't engaged it? And by using the right words, she caused it to be engaged? I mean, I know it seemed pretty, oh, this is a sad place. I know it seemed pretty, it could... That is a lot of pigeons all in one place. I know it... Oh, then. I know it could be seen as a bit sketchy that when she was altering our code, she just stood there and waved her hands and so on. But to be fair, I don't know what actual interfaces these androids have available to them. I mean, we know that, for example, they have some sort of way to hold a conversation over radio waves, I assume? Some sort of wireless. Because when we arrived here, there was some people arguing in public and we could hear them... Sorry, my phone fell. That must have been unpleasant. Let me mute this quickly while I adjust it. Okay, hopefully that's better. Sorry about that. What was I thinking? Yeah, when we arrived in New Jerusalem...
Good to see you, Wonka.
Hello. When we arrived in New Jerusalem last time, most recently I mean, we heard some people arguing in our head, and then they were told off for using the public channel by someone else. So it's clear that these androids do have some facilities that we as Homo sapiens don't. So I don't know whether she could have altered our code remotely like that or not. It's possible.
Hello again, 1K.
Hello.
These are strange days we're living through, aren't they?
What do you mean?
It seems to me that we're slowly remembering the lessons Alexandra Drennan tried to teach us. Trying to actually live up to the legacy of our ancestors.
I've been trying to do my part. Oh, I'm not sure if it's the right direction though. Oh, I hope so. I hope so.
It's hard to believe things might really change, isn't it? But perhaps they will this time.
What would Alexandra Drennan think about the girl? What would Alexandra Drennan do about the megastructure? What would Alexandra Drennan tell us to do? What would Alexandra Drennan think about the girl?
I think it would make her very, very sad.
What would Alexandra Drennan do about the megastructure?
The same thing she'd do with any technology. Discover how it works and apply that knowledge for the common good.
What would Alexandra Drennan tell us to do?
She worked to the very last moment of her life to ensure that we had free will. I don't think she would tell us anything.
Fair point. I should go.
Have a nice day.
I wish there was a straightforward way for me to tell where the people...
Hey, 1K.
Hey. Where the people are that I can speak to that I haven't spoken to yet, are they? Rather than having to guess. Because at some point I'm going to go to the megastructure. You can see in the top right we have an objective, depart to the megastructure. At some point I'm going to do that. And it'd be nice to know that I haven't missed out on any interesting interactions. Oh, here's Rat. Oh, interesting. You're not the individual I thought you were. Never mind. I thought that was purple for a second, but it isn't. The individual known as purple. Ahaha, here's someone.
1K.
Hello.
You're back.
I am. How have you been, Dossicles?
Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about that replication technology you found. You have to get hold of it, 1K. You have to. If you don't, I think I'm gonna die of loneliness. And I think this whole city's gonna slowly suffocate. I mean, do you really think the founder would have designed such a large city if she intended for us to stop at 1,000 inhabitants?
Good point.
That's not even enough to fill a village.
It's kind of at the village town boundary. Yeah, I suppose 1,000 probably is a village, but it's a fairly big village. I promise that I'll do my best.
Thanks. I don't know how much longer I can go on feeling like this.
Well, please hang in there. Spook the pigeons again. Right. Oh, here's someone. Hello there.
Are you enjoying our gardens?
Yes, they're lovely.
All the great secrets are right there, you know. You can watch the tiniest of seedlings grow, flourish, and die. But it's the pattern of all things that you're really seeing.
You have a flair for the dramatic. Oh, yes, just as the entire universe is reflected in a single dewdrop. Can you prove it? Let's go with yes, just as the entire universe is reflected in a single dewdrop.
Ah, so you've green fingers and apophenia too. Those traits are much too rare in the birthing algorithm, in my opinion. Sometimes I imagine myself as an old oak tree. I watch the life which grows around me. I see the ivy, the moss, the fungi, leaching my nutrients as they go. And I don't blame them. I'm delighted by how life seems so different from me can somehow be the same as me. This old oak tree drinks water from the ground. They drink their water from me. They shrivel and die in a single season. But I shrivel and die over centuries. What kind of plant would you be, I wonder?
I just looked it up. Apophenia is perceiving meaningful connections between unrelated things. Hang on, I'm just going to test the mic. I've noticed the level's a bit lower than I'd expected, and of course, I knocked it over before. Oh dearie me. That's where I want to be. Just turn on monitoring. There, how's that? Yep, mic seems okay. Let me just adjust its position then. There we go. Is that any better? Yeah, that looks better. Let's carry on. Hang on. Just make sure I can see OBS. Right, where were we? I'd rather hear your thoughts on that. Let me tell you, or keep wondering. I'm leaving. I'd rather hear your thoughts on that.
Well, you're certainly a tree of some sort. A bay, perhaps. You adapt to your surroundings. You might grow your trunk to be 10 meters high, providing shade for the shrubs at your roots. But you might just as well be those very shrubs, throwing up dozens of supple branches, each no longer than your arm.
That feels appropriate somehow.
Of course. It's the patterns, you see.
Thanks for talking with me. I have to get going.
Thank you for stopping by, 1K. I'm sure we'll meet again.
See, I told you, it was Athena who sent Prometheus.
How do you know it was Athena?
Because she's the one who built the giant pyramid.
Sure, but how do you know it wasn't Cornelius who sent Prometheus?
Because Cornelius was here?
And where did Prometheus appear?
Come on.
How do you know it wasn't Miranda? Maybe she got bored of waiting.
I don't buy it. I think Athena is testing us.
Why would she test us?
To see if we can use those new technologies, like the body replication.
If those new technologies are such a big deal, why is she putting them in puzzles?
Because play is how we learn.
Maybe she's trying to tell us the opposite. That it's all just childish stuff that doesn't really matter.
The last power failure almost caused a derailment. It all matters.
You're starting to sound like Byron. You saw how that turned out.
They'll find him.
Sure.
That was a very interesting conversation.
1K, welcome back to the city.
Hello.
As you can tell, your discoveries have had quite the impact.
I heard your speech.
I decided to take a stand. It started with what you said about extending our cats' lifespans, actually. That got me thinking about our responsibilities towards other life forms. What's life to most living creatures? Fear, hunger, pain, and in the end, death. Involuntary cessation of existence. That's horrifying, 1K, horrifying. And we are the only ones who can make it better.
True, but I mean, you can't honestly be suggesting that you become guardians of every living thing, or even every single conscious creature, even if you ignored the amoebas and what have you, and only looked to higher life forms. That's not very not a very pragmatic solution. I'll have to think about this. I'm in complete agreement. So you mean re-engineer the whole planet? Or what exactly is our ethical duty in all this? So you mean we re-engineer the whole planet?
Yes. Carefully and slowly, but yes. That's what civilization is. That's what it's always been. Creating structures to lessen suffering. But this time we include everyone. We use our intelligence to get rid of as much of the horror of existence as we can for all living beings.
Because a lot of beings are in direct conflict with each other. And it also doesn't follow that whatever you'd produce would be in any way better than what Mother Nature has already produced. What you're describing is pure hubris. I think suffering is natural. I don't think suffering is good. I'm just worried about what the consequences would be of this policy. And what you would be willing to do to achieve it. So, to give an analogy, there is this idea of eugenics, of trying to influence the genetic makeup of humans. Generally, that would be achieved by controlling who can breed and who can't breed. Here's the thing: in principle, it would work if you wanted to select for certain traits, such as longevity, for example. You could do it, and you probably would, in one sense of the word, improve the species. But there's all sorts of problems with it. There's the unethicalness of the practice itself. Like, imagine telling someone, right, you can't have children just because we've decided you're genetically inferior. There's the problem with who gets to decide who is able to contribute to the next generation and who can't, and what are the side effects going to be of doing it? Because we know from selective breeding of animals, which is something that we as humans have done. I mean, that's how we've ended up with domestic animals and so many different breeds of dog and what have you. We know that you select for one particular trait, and then often there are unexpected side effects. And often not very good side effects. Often things that don't do the animal much good at all. And you don't want to do that to people, really. Now he's talking about re-engineering a planet. That sounds like an immensely more complex version of what I was just discussing. I mean, imagine doing that on a global scale, like every species. It's not that I don't appreciate the sentiment of reducing suffering. I'm just concerned that in practice it would end up being a disaster. Even if you consider it to be ethical, which is controversial to begin with. What you're describing is pure hubris. That's not the... I kind of think that misses the point, but it's the only one that's... Let's go with this. Sounds very hard to achieve.
So, lots of necessary things are very difficult to do. We're the species that eradicated polio, went to the moon, created artificial intelligence. We need to start thinking bigger.
I agree with you all the way up to the point, but short of re-engineering the planet. I just don't see that going well. I can't help but think that that's going to have very negative long-term consequences. I have to think about this.
Do that. It's more than most people do. But that might be changing.
Hey!
Hello.
Good luck.
Thank you. Where's
We
Thekla?
must listen to the wisdom of the ancient writers, or we will fail the Founder's trial. The structure must be rejected.
Oh, the Friends of Jerusalem Gazebo. We haven't been back there either. We probably should visit there again. I don't remember precisely where it was though. Blimey. Oh, it's a cat. Hello, cat. He's a good boy or girl. You are. Oh, is that it? I think that might be it. But it's empty, I think. Yeah, I think this is it. The Friends of Jerusalem Gazebo. Friends of New Jerusalem Gazebo. That was it. Okay, so we can cross that one off the list.
Good luck.
Thank you.
May the Founder be with you.
Thank you.
Founder bless you.
Thank you.
Founder bless you, 1K. Now is the time of our great testing. The deceiver Byron has been slain, and we must turn away from the path of sin or suffer the same fate.
I don't know about that. I don't agree with Byron, but he's not a deceiver and he's not dead. This is foolish. Have you ever considered that you might be wrong? Why do you hate Byron so much? Have you ever considered that you might be wrong?
I don't need to. Do you see any of our ancestors walking around? No? Then the truth is obvious. Mother Nature punished them for their sins. Why would I want to side with those who wish to blacken the skies and kill the oceans?
Nobody actually wants to do those things. We believe we can avoid them. Byron believes we can grow without repeating the mistakes of the past. I don't want to waste my time talking to foolish people. Byron believes we can grow without repeating the mistakes of the past.
The tools of the sinner cannot be used to raise the sinner's palace. Never forget that, 1K.
Yes. Where's the Milton's Rest place? That's the Alexandra Drennan Memorial. Oh, is that here? No, that's the Cat Memorial, isn't it?
Good luck, 1K.
Milton's Rest. Oh, because Milton was a cat. That was it. Milton was a character in the first game, which is why I got confused. They were the library assistant software. But I forgot Athena named her cat, her first cat, after Milton.
Hey, 1K.
Oh, hello there.
You are the Founder's chosen, but you are in grave danger of going astray. Heed my words, 1K. If you fail this trial, a year from now, New Jerusalem will lie in ruins.
Tell me more.
The truth is written in the books of our ancestors. In every one of them, the same story is told, again and again, that the pursuit of knowledge can only lead to death and grief. That is what all the great ancient visionaries foresaw. Listen to their warnings. Seek happiness in tranquility and avoid ambition.
I've said this a lot before, but eventually the sun's going to go red giant, and this planet will not be inhabitable, not even by androids. You're going to have to leave at some point, and you're only going to do that by advancing your technology and getting off world. I don't think all ancient writers believe that. There are other strands of thought. That can easily become a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you no longer imagine a better future, you cannot build one. Yes, there must be a reason these ancient writers kept repeating that theme. That can easily become a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you no longer imagine a better future, you cannot build one.
The very idea of a better future is what's rotten. That is what the ancients were trying to tell us. All the problems of the world come from those who think the world needs to be improved.
So we shouldn't even try to make the world better. That's quite harsh. Perhaps you're right, I'll think about it. So we shouldn't even try to make things better?
Yes. Progress is a fantasy. Things never truly change. All we can do is prevent our hubris from making things worse.
If things never truly change, then it stands to reason that pursuing progress can't make any difference. So why oppose it? It seems to me you're trying to have your cake and eat it, sir. On one hand, you argue that progress is the cause, or the attempts to pursue progress are the cause of all things rotten in the world, but then you tell us that there's no need for progress because nothing ever changes. I mean, to point out the obvious, we aren't biological humans living in a cave here. Things have clearly changed. I'm not entirely convinced by those arguments. Yes, I suppose what I'm pointing out is there's a contradiction in saying that things never change, meaning that progress has in no way improved the world, but then also trying to have it that progress has made the world worse. I wonder when we'll hear our internal monologue again.
Hello. Could you join us for a quick debrief?
Of course.
Attending today are advisors from engineering, the archive scholars, and Helga.
Yes, don't mind me. I'm just an admirer of governmental transparency.
Yes, well. While the mayor is briefed by Alcatraz, he's asked us to review recent events. Byron's loss has unsettled us all. It may be too dangerous to allow this expedition to continue.
It may not be safe, but we can't leave Byron behind. Byron took risks. We'll be more careful. The Iron Test technology we can't afford to ignore. We're hot on the Founder's Hills. We must keep searching. This island is one big puzzle that's halfway solved. We can't quit now. Frankly, it's too dangerous. We should leave that island well alone. I think there's several good points there. I agree with this island is one big puzzle that's halfway solved. We can't quit now. But also, it may not be safe, but we can't leave Byron behind.
I agree. We cannot be guided by fear. We must do what's right.
Let's not forget the dam's falling apart. We can't depend on hydro forever. With just a fraction of the power that island can generate, we could grow this city into a planetary society.
Or, quite possibly, destroy ourselves in the process.
We should trust ourselves to make good of this opportunity. We should beware the fate of those who wield power beyond their reckoning. We have more important matters to discuss. We should trust ourselves to make good of this opportunity.
Wise words from one so young. Yet I submit that island holds secrets far more valuable than mere energy generation.
What could be more important?
The Somnodrome, of course. If we could find a working model, it would herald a sea change in our moral and self-understanding. The question of how we should build New Jerusalem would simply be moot.
How and why?
The Somnodrome was supposed to let us interact with our own subconscious code. It's a cool idea, but it wouldn't necessarily solve all our problems.
My own studies prove that we operate on an intrinsic moral logic. It's what makes us human. But our access to it is only indirect. Our ancestors created art, philosophy, and parable to help bridge that gap. The Somnodrome would help us to cut out the middleman and ask the source directly. We would finally have an answer to the great moral questions.
So, it's a newfangled way to make the same old mistake of judging who's good and who's bad.
We're fortunate 1K preserved the Somnodrome for our study. Initial data suggests it was a prototype with substantial design flaws. But there may be a working device elsewhere on the island.
Then the question is, what would 1K do if they found it?
I would destroy it, I would share it with the people, I would let the government decide, I would let the scholars investigate, I would keep an open mind, I would use it myself and see how I feel. I'd share it with the people. I don't see why keeping it to the scholars specifically, although they should be able to investigate.
Exactly right. Knowledge belongs to us all.
If knowledge is our goal, the scholar's careful study would be more fruitful.
You all sound so sure of what's best for this city. Do you ever think you might be so busy changing the world for the better, you'll forget how to see that it's perfect already?
So clearly there are different perspectives in the room. The only way we are going to move forward is if the team gets back out there. 1K, I believe Alcatraz is waiting for you at the VTOL. We'll be keeping an eye on your stream from here.
Okie doke. I'd say that was a productive debrief. Hello there.
What can I do for you, 1K?
We have to rescue Byron.
I agree. We can't just leave one of our most important citizens in that death trap.
What do you think about the technologies we've discovered?
They all sound very promising, of course. Apparently, it's possible to just magic things into existence now. But what is the cost, 1K? There's always a cost.
I have to go.
It's always a pleasure to speak to a citizen.
Are you suggesting it's not a pleasure to speak to someone who's not a citizen, such as Miranda?
What did the mayor say?
I convinced him that we need to keep going until we found Byron.
Did he want us to leave him behind?
No, he's just concerned for our safety. And he's right to be. But we're going back anyway.
That is right, there's only 3 of us now, isn't there? Because Melville was left over there and
Great
Byron
trials
didn't
lie
make it
ahead
back.
of you, my child.
But your choices will determine the future.
I was kind of hoping that sensor upgrade would mean that I could see those visions more clearly, but apparently not.
Melville, are you receiving?
Yep. Welcome back to the mysterious island, everyone.
How's the situation?
Whatever Byron did seems to have sent the whole system into some kind of lockdown. I can't access any of the terminals, although I suspect 1K still could.
Why would that be the case?
When 1K connected to the data stream, the system assigned him a user profile.
The
rest of us are locked out, which means I'll need your help, 1K, because a lot of stuff doesn't seem to be working.
Okay. Check it out and see what you can fix. But please remember, what matters most is finding Byron.
So why didn't it assign Melville a profile when she was interacting with it? And you weren't sitting there at the beginning of the flight? I know you weren't. Oh, what was I thinking? Yes, when we heard our internal monologue, that was the first time we heard a voice associated with us, and it sounded masculine. And now they've just used the pronoun him. So I guess you are a he in this game. And here I thought they were deliberately keeping it ambiguous. I was just checking on the compass there to make sure there was nothing in the vicinity worth going to before we leave, but I don't think there is. Right, Southern Coast. There we go.
1K, I'm sending you a little software upgrade I put together that should allow you to detect which files will lead to a data stream overload. Unfortunately, I'm not doing this to help you avoid them. In fact, I'm going to need you to search for more. I'm sorry about that. But if we're going to unlock all the systems that aren't responding, you'll have to connect to the data stream. Possibly more than once. It's the only way for me to get access.
Fine by me. Installing software upgrade. Oh, this is nice. Just 'cause it's the southern island, we're in a warmer climate since we're presumably in the northern hemisphere. Although this island would have to be huge to have this much difference in climate from the north to the south.
Alright, 1K. In this area, there seems to be a problem with the machine that makes the Tetromino bridges. That means you can solve the puzzles, but you can't activate the tower. Look for a lab that lets you connect to the data stream.
I already found it. I'll send you the coordinates.
Interesting. This is really beautiful. And what a tower. Bit of a shame I'll never be able to go in there though. Unless it turns out that I can. Very interesting music as well. I thought when we went back to New Jerusalem, the reason why it was raining and overcast was because it was so sad what had happened to Byron, and the game was trying to reflect that. Interesting. Very interesting. But I think part of the reason could be so that when you go to this new area, there's even more of a contrast. Well, this is interesting, isn't it? Oh, that must be to let us out of a puzzle. There must be a puzzle that we can enter one way but can only leave the other. Interesting. Data transfer to research initiated. Oh, that'll be the research tab. Here. I see. Found a Sphinx monument on the southern coast. Is this number 1? It is. Phase entry. Yep, you've certainly... What is that device? I don't recognize it. I do wonder if the 4th area is going to have new components at all. That will be in the west. Or if it's going to be combining all of the things that we've picked up in the east, north and the south. In new intricate ways. Thought of that. Can't jump over there. I'm clearly missing something. Oh, right, it's a teleportal. I thought it must be something like that, but I was trying to work out why I couldn't use it. I guess I can't do it through a force field, but I can through a gate. Not a gate, a fence. Right, so I need to weigh both of these down. And presumably the teleporter helps me do it. Somehow. Alright, here's a test. If I have something in my hand... there we go. It will get teleported with me. That's good to know. Good thing for that, that fan. Ensuring that I can't... Oh, I can take it! That's amazing. Oh, I see the solution then. I was going to say, good thing for that fan, ensuring that we can't... can't get the box stuck over here and have to reset the puzzle. But actually, that's a fundamental part of solving the puzzle. Oh. I need the fan part as well. That should be easy thanks to the teleporter. Although I didn't appreciate I needed to do that initially. Excellent. No one's going to comment on the fact that we found a functioning teleporter? Okay. Guess not. The escape. Yeah, there's no way in there, is there? The only reason they... In fact, I don't know why they put a force field there when they could have put... Oh, there is a way to lower the force field there. Okay. If I'd got a red beam there. I don't think there's any point, though. Oh, to also do that one, presumably. Nope, I don't think the necessary angle exists. I could jump down there if I wanted. Wouldn't be a good idea, I don't think. Ah, the teleporter's there. Ah! This is making more sense. And now I'm in here. I can get the necessary angle. Or I should be able to. Oops. There we go. Good! Now we have the special new toy for this area, the teleporter. Right, I need to get a blue signal there, a blue beam there. Ah, driller here? Yeah, and there must be an inverter on the other side or something. Oh no, there's the blue. This changes things so much. Being able to get objects to the other side of purple fields. I'm also a little put off by how hard the puzzles have been so far in this area. I mean, I haven't felt particularly challenged, but I'm used to the first few puzzles being really easy. And they've only been, you know... Oh, how do I get out? Oh, ladder. Whereas, you know, that felt like... That didn't feel like an easy puzzle. That felt like a comfortable medium, if that makes sense. Like, I wasn't overly challenged, but... What have I found down there? What I'm getting at is I'm a little concerned if that's what the second puzzle's like, what's the 8th going to be like? Or the double triangle puzzles. An anchor? A green producer. Why? Isn't that curious? An early human invention designed to help boats from drifting by making use of gravity. Anchors also carried many symbolic associations. I mean, while it's true to say that an anchor wouldn't work in a gravity-less environment, it's just as much, if not more, about buoyancy, isn't it? Which I know is connected. connected to gravity, but still. I'm wondering if there's anywhere that wants to receive green. That one's blue. So I could actually get blue to it from here if I wanted. This is much more like the first game, isn't it? In terms of having these puzzles where you have to do things between areas. That's actually doing any good. I think that bit of bridge was put there deliberately to prevent anyone from doing what I've just done. Where's the connector go? Here. Oh. That's unfortunate. And this has been completely reset now. If I want to get the parts out, I need to solve it again. Oh, this bit stayed down, so not quite. I wonder, can I get this out? No. Blimey. Are we trapped here? Looks like we're trapped here. Listen to those synths. Going down there is probably not going to help. Definitely not. Don't look like it. No, that doesn't look very useful at all. What's our long jump like? If I really hurled myself over there, could I get to a safe spot? Not very good. Not far off though. Huh. Look at me, trying to find ways to break the game. Just like the first one. I don't think that's gonna work. Oh well. That's fine. Although, here's the thing. If I could get it out there, it would allow me to do all sorts of interesting things that wouldn't otherwise be possible. Because any part that's in any puzzle, in theory, I could get out at that point. Because we know I can get things out of purple fields using the teleporter. That's why this is such a big deal. Right, my head hit that, didn't it? Right, so if I could get up there, I could possibly get onto the bridge. Yeah, I could easily. I'm not sure I have any way to elevate myself though. Maybe I just need to run and not jump. That was the closest yet. Not quite close enough though. That might work better. Oh, that felt close. Let me check something quickly. If we leave and come back, I don't know what the canon is for what's happening here, since there's really no provision for the player dying. Maybe this is just us running simulations in our head over and over again. Right, that was the problem. Yeah, you just fall if you go further along than that. Okay. There was, of course, a teleporter over here as well. Ah! Hang on. I could get this over there, in theory. using the teleporter itself, which I could then use to escape with the teleporter. Ah! Sorry. That was very careless of me. Missed the bridge. Put this down there. Head over here. Right, do I have eyes where I need them? Is that the box? I think it is. So put this here? I presume so. Now I have to see if I can see that from the other puzzle. See it. It's a very good question. Let's go back and be more precise about where things are placed. It should be there. Oh. I don't think there's a range limit. I think there's a you've been through a purple force field limit. Yes, I think each of these teleporters is tied to a specific puzzle and won't work outside of it. Yeah, developers thought of this one. That's alright though. We're learning. And that's a good limitation to be aware of. I wonder if that works in inside a puzzle. No, it can't, because then we wouldn't have been able to solve the first puzzle where we went through a purple field. Alright. This raises another question then. If I got out some other way, would you stop working? The thing is, I don't know where I would put this where I'd definitely be able to see it from the bottom and it wouldn't fall down. It does seem to still work. I'm a bit trapped. Oh, it won't let me teleport. Does it need to not be underwater? I think it's been deactivated. Because we're outside of the puzzle it's associated with. Okay, that's another limitation I didn't know about. Okay. So we didn't really achieve anything. But I still think that was worthwhile in that... Well, we didn't achieve anything material. But I think in terms of testing the limitations of the game, that was well worth doing. Okay. Let's keep going then. Ha ha ha. Another lore dump. Hopefully no more ASCII to transcribe. Oh, there isn't. Happy days.
One day, undoubtedly, an expedition will pass by this island. It will seek to document facts and statistics, to enumerate reasons for us not to look more closely. That is what we do now. We seek facts rather than truth. Because truth might frighten and unsettle the comfortable people who like to sit in their conference rooms and debate which corners we should cut today. These people like to imagine the chaos that could come one day, like a comforting fairy tale of distant darkness. But they do not see the chaos that is at our walls right now. The chaos that also lives within us. A force that is both necessary and appalling.
Through the wall. Hold on, let me deal with this quickly. In chat. Ah, I can teleport it, good. Wasn't sure if that was achievable. I don't know how much of that was necessary, but I've got... Oh, that's where I was supposed to be going. That's not very useful then. Extracting 2 teleporters and a driller. I don't know, actually. I think I see how this is done. Yes, I think I see how this is done now. Like so. Have a little puzzle, really. This is sounding almost Western. Almost expecting to find a 6-shooter on my my belt. Pushing through. What does that do? Another force field there. Wonder how we use this. Here, probably. Interesting. Excellent. But I can't teleport through force fields, can I? Which raises a question. Right, do you do both force fields or just one? Just one. Well, that did it. And this is the one that we have to come out the back. I talked about earlier. Which makes sense with the way we solved it.
A couple of years back, we went on a scavenging expedition to an ancient industrial complex south of New Jerusalem. It was enormous, sprawling, an area many times bigger than our whole city, just dedicated to manufacturing. It was incredible to think about the sheer variety of things they produced. And it made me realize how austere, how restricted our lives are. You know how most ancient structures are overgrown? It's kind of pretty, but in a sad way. Well, this one wasn't. There had been some kind of chemical spill. I don't know if it happened while the structure was still operational, or if something had just rotted through. But it killed everything. Even centuries later, nothing could grow. It didn't have to happen that way. And history doesn't have to repeat itself. But we do have to remember that it did happen once.
Minimalism. Where does this go? Blimey. Well, now that's curious. Not clear how I get through there. If I do. Red producer there. I'm starting to think there's more than one puzzle in this location. Still haven't worked out what's going on with those. That blue beam appear to be another way in. Oh, I need to jam this, right. So I do need to get up here. But where's the weight gonna come from? I'd need to put the teleporter on here, I think. But then I'd need something else weighing the... weighing it down. Do I grab the fan part? Ah, that does work. You can teleport to a teleporter from beneath. Right, this should be... I should be able to grab the jammer now and get it up there. And I have. Jam that. Excellent. So the blue beam seems to be... connected to a pressure plate. I'm still a little unclear on what it's... Oh, it's keeping this open, I think? I need to get red there. I know the red producer is here. I do have 2 weights available to me now. If I jump down there, I'm not going to be able to teleport back up. So I won't be able to see that. Yeah, I think that moves too quickly for me to rely on the idea of running. But I could try. Yeah, it's not having it. My only concern is I'll get trapped down there. Maybe that won't matter. Maybe I'll have the angle I need anyway. Well, I hope so. Looks like I do. Or not. Oh, I can get to the teleporter. Good. I wasn't convinced I would be able to, but apparently I can. I can see I can use the jammer here to keep that open if I wanted. Not sure there's any point though. What am I missing? Yes, it's the bars there that are preventing it. Okay. Preventing the red laser getting through. It's the bars right in front of it. That implies the connector needs to be high up. But I find that confusing because it would have to be, to get an angle on the red receiver, it would have to be somewhere like here. comprehend that if I stand on the pressure plate on the far side, I'll be able to... Or if I put any weight on it, I'll be able to keep this open, which would allow me to get a red beam through here. But then what? Oh. This is what I was saying, it was starting a bit harder than I'm used to the early puzzles being. And we're not very far in and it's starting to get very hard. Right, it did connect up for a while. Oh! Sorry, I'm being a fool. That wasn't a connector at all, it was an accumulator. And it looks like an accumulator, I was just being a fool. Right, that's what I was missing.
That was really kind of excellent.
Oh, thank you.
We begin with the self, because that's what determines our existence as individuals. But the self cannot exist without that which surrounds it. The citizen lives within the city, and the city lives within the cosmos. So now we must apply the principle we have discovered to the wider world and ask, if man is like a machine, could it be that the universe is similar in nature? And if so, what follows from that fact?
Private message. Expedition Mega Thread. Please post your thoughts on the expedition in this thread and keep it civil. I think the powers that Athena has unlocked are world-changing. It's our responsibility to use them to lessen suffering for all living things. We know, we heard your broadcast. I think we're being tested and Byron failed the test. What happened to Byron was an accident. Is there a difference ultimately? Yes, there is. No one's actually seen Athena or Cornelius or Miranda at the megastructure. They could all still be aliens. I feel like we need to at least think about the potential of all these new technologies. Maybe the Founder's trying to teach us how to use them. Why is everything malfunctioning on the island now? Is it because of Byron? He was still logged into the system. His presence may be destabilizing it somehow. Or it's Pandora. She seems to want to stop the team. Honestly, I wonder if Pandora is just somehow malfunctioning, like she's supposed to protect the megastructure, but she can't tell friend from foe. The choice of Pandora as a symbol cannot be accidental, and the message is obvious. The megastructure is Pandora's box, and we should not open it. Somnodrone. 1000. We need to talk. Oh, that was... So the person we were in private conversation with was the Rand who was in the debriefing. I was troubled by your stated intentions for the Somnodrome. That machine is essential to our moral development, but its secrets are squandered unless I can study it. I lied in the conference room to protect our relationship. Unfortunately, it turns out we're not on the same side. I'm still deciding where I stand. Think carefully, 1000. I know there's a soul of pure intention within you. I'm sorry to see that you're trying to fight it. If you do find a working device, you must inform me immediately. This may be our best chance to banish evil for good. Oh, there's a thing up there. recording.
In the early days, humankind lived in a world of unexplained wonders and terrors. The powers of the elements were understood in terms of gods and spirits. After all, how else could one explain thunderstorms and earthquakes? But as the realm of scientific knowledge expanded, the realm of the mystical began to shrink. The sacred grove, as Hegel wrote, was reduced to mere timber. But as superstition retreated, another thing was lost: meaning. In a purely mechanical universe, people yearned for the comfort provided by gods and spirits. But there was no way back.
But what about the beauty of the universe? The perfection of everything around us. Couldn't they see that?
Not sure I can see that, Miranda. But I do think there was another way, a way forward instead of back. Faith not in an invisible world, but in ourselves, in each other, in the inherent value of consciousness and civilization. They never really found it, but I think that in those last months when their whole species was dying, they caught a glimpse of it. And that's how your mother was born.
Goodness. Santin Chalk Idenexi. Idenexi. City by the Sea. When I realised it was over, it was already over for good. I decided to take one last trip to my favourite places before the symptoms got too much. That's favourite spelt the American way. I could never forgive what they did to Chokidiki, this incredible wild rugged place between mountain and sea, with pine trees all the way down to the water, the colours, the vistas, the sheer overwhelming beauty of it all. And it just built all over it. Hideous hotels sprawling like tumours, obscene beach bars blaring their awful music across the sea, even in Treeps. It was impossible not to hate humanity a little for it. The idea of all its returning to nature, of the hotels gradually sinking back into the reed fields, was moving and beautiful. Then I went back to Thessaloniki, and for all the ugliness inflicted upon that city, the idea that people would no longer meet up beneath the Camara, or go for long, ambling walks on the promenade, or for crepes on Platier Navarino, was unbearably sad. The idea of the rotunda just standing there empty after being a sacred place for so many centuries made me remember that it's not just beaches and forests that are beautiful. The cities can be more than just streets and noise. Cities can have histories and personalities, and that means something. Who am I writing this for? Do I believe there will be survivors after all? Do I think that crazy robot project I heard about will actually work out? Do I hope that aliens will come to our planet one day and wonder who we were? The truth is that I don't know, but there is something in the love we feel for the beautiful things that we built, as much as in our revulsion towards unnecessary destruction, that matters. Why didn't our ancestors understand that you can build in ways that make an area more beautiful instead of ruining it? Even if all they cared about was personal benefit, wouldn't that benefit them more? Cornelius: in the long run, yes, but people rarely think about the long-term consequences, especially if there's an incentive to act immediately. And yet most of them were unhappy with the results. Couldn't they see that it was within their control to act differently? Solving the Wrong Problem by L.D. Armand. From L.D. Armand, can you point me in the direction of a better timeline? Humans are problem solvers is a quote frequently associated with my friend Alexandra Drennan. It's become a meme on the internet, used both ironically and not, though Alexandra, of course, is entirely earnest in her dedication to humanity. It's a great thought and vital to understanding our species, but it's also not entirely as simple as that. Take, for example, the recent extinction of the orangutan and the ensuing conservation about the dangers of unknown pathogens released by human activity. Most of us agree that problem exists, and significantly, most of us believe that something ought to be done about it. So we've identified the problem, we've collectively decided to act. So why is nothing happening? That's a serious question. A great deal of effort is expended on raising awareness. I would like to suggest that sometimes our problem-solving impulses can get stuck on the wrong goals. Awareness is not the issue. We've already convinced people that something needs to change, so if nothing changes, we have to wonder, why is the will of the people not being translated into action? Text missing from archive. 1. She's also capable of being devastatingly sarcastic, but that's another story for another book. Miranda, maybe the problem was that they didn't have enough hope. They could see the problems, but they couldn't imagine that one day those problems could be solved. Athena, it's easy for people to get so lost in the problems of the present that they think nothing will ever change. Cornelius, they lost hope because the historical circumstances they found themselves in encouraged despair, but that in turn meant the conditions could not change. How do you go against history itself? I'm not sure I follow or agree with that argument. Also, how come Cornelius has appeared in the record now when previously entries that I assumed were from Cornelius said there was a cannot load profile? Hypatia's Journal, number 7. From Hypatia's Journal, volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. Day 372. Yemo died today. One moment he was there, welding a joint on the upper levels of the tower, and the next he was gone. One careless step, that's all it took. Athena brought him to the dam, but even Cornelius couldn't help. Yemo is gone. There's only 12 of us. Athena, I think about Yemo every day. Cornelius, so do I. You did nothing wrong. You weren't even there. I was.
This is a design for an improved charging station. Fascinating, but not relevant.
If you're sure. Dyad. We have a jammer and a teleporter. Well, presumably I'll teleport over with the jammer. Why is there an area in the middle that you can't access? What's the point? Why not just make these two areas larger? Still, I now have access to the... Oh, to make this possible. I get it. So I now have the jammer and the teleporter on the outside. Interesting. Can't teleport through force fields, is the thing. I think I get it. Sorry, that should be about there. There we go. Dyad presumably referring to 2 of something. In this case, 2 teleporters. That one was surprisingly easy compared to the last one we did. This does give me some Riven vibes to a degree. This coastal scene. Reminds me of the village you go to at the start of the game. The little submersible. Hey Tato, lovely to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Translocator. interesting. Ah, that's what we're trying to get to. Huh, that's interesting. I don't see a way to lower that force field. Which would imply I have to find another way in. But, oh, it will be using that. Right, so getting a weight onto that pressure plate is how we solve it. Got it. Took me a moment there because I'm not used to thinking in terms of being able to get through force fields. If there's a pressure plate I have to stand on, if that makes sense. Ah, I get it. Because you'd need something to hold it down under normal circumstances. Right, presumably I use this to get up high and then I deposit the teleport where I need it. Yeah, what I mean is in a situation like this, if I need to stand on a pressure plate to lower the force field, I assume I can't yet get through the force field. I need something to weigh it down. It took me a moment for it to click in my head that, oh wait, I can use the teleporter to circumvent the that type of problem. In a different way. I think we can do it now. I think I see the solution. And over we go. Another good puzzle. And not all that hard. Someone to speak to. Possibly a secret.
Hey 1K, what's up?
What's your analysis of the southern regions?
The southern part of the island is a natural desert, basically just due to the chemical composition of the soil. I haven't been able to work out why it's so warm, though. It could be a warm ocean current or something to do with the megastructure's thermal output. New Jerusalem doesn't have the kind of equipment I'd need to figure that out.
So you're saying they might be heat dumping on a massive scale? I'm not sure the Conservatives in New Jerusalem will be happy with that thought. Do you think Byron is okay?
I hope so. I understand why he was impatient, but he should have been more careful.
Did you know Cornelius?
Yeah, everyone knew Cornelius. After Eustathius retired, he was the only one left who was there since the beginning. Except I guess none of us really knew him after all. We all thought he was lost in the past, always studying the archive and the simulation. But he actually had all these secrets. And a daughter.
Indeed. Are you disappointed in him?
No, just surprised. Maybe a little sad that he felt he couldn't trust anyone with the truth.
How do you know he couldn't trust anyone? What did you do in New Jerusalem when we went back? I assume that's more of a casual remark, more of a social remark, rather than interrogating him.
Mostly just made sure Pellegrino didn't mess up the VTOL. We only have a handful of them, and while they look cool on the outside, the truth is they're held together by gaffer tape and good intentions. There's a reason Melville's always complaining.
This state of affairs could cost lives. In the future, we won't need them anymore. Societies unwilling to invest effort and resources in their infrastructure cannot remain functional. We have to learn to live with less, to be more creative. You're doing that. This state of affairs could cost lives.
You're right. I guess we never think about how easily tragedies can happen when we don't pay attention. You neglect something here, cut some corners there, and then suddenly someone is gone.
It's very profound. That's all, thanks. Yeah, good. Yep, this is the other double triangle puzzle for this area. Aerial warp. So warping while I'm in the air, possibly using this fan. How's this fan powered? Using this. Interesting, so getting it power isn't going to be hard. But the fact that it's not always on makes me think that there will be times I'd want it to be off, which might imply that I'm putting a box on top of there, then jumping on the box or something. Neither of these have their associated fan part. This is a beautiful space, isn't it? I'm not such a fan of the flickering there, though. I think that's a bug. Is there a teleporter I can get to while I stand on here? No. How do I do this? Because teleporters are the gimmick of this area, I assume there is one. There it is. That took me a while. Ah, and the end's right there. So the whole puzzle is how do I get a box up here, presumably, and myself. Okay. That wasn't too bad. I'm gonna have to get the fan part up here then, which means getting the teleporter up there, which raises questions. I must have to have the box down there temporarily then. Please temporarily. Oh, that makes sense, just to get the teleporter up there. So that I have a way up which doesn't involve using the fan. Oh, the box is already out. Can I do the same with the teleporter? Yes. Was that a mistake? No. Right. Oh, that may have been a mistake. That was a mistake. I've mucked up. Possibly to the point that I can't recover. We'll have to see. See how well designed this is. To account for player mistakes. Well designed. There we go. Oh, hang on. Teleported out, I think. There we go. The reason I mucked up is I should have taken the fan part with me when I left. But I didn't think of it at the time. Right, that doesn't take me high enough. So as I speculated earlier, I need to put a box on here. And probably a teleporter on top as well, so that I can actually get on top of it after it's turned on. Indeed. Nice little mini puzzle there. Right, I think that's everything I require to finish this. Hang on, fan part. Oh. It's not enough in this case. Okay. Can I get the teleporter on top there now? No, I can't. Huh. Isn't this curious? Little twist at the end. I can't put this down if that's there. No. I'd assumed not. Oh, I remember how to do this from the first game. Sorry, it's just been so long. Right, I should be able to get up there now. But I don't think I can take either box with me. Which implies I need to get the teleporter up here instead. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, that is indeed the correct idea. And now I can turn this off. Good thing they didn't go off the edge. I wonder if there's an invisible wall for the boxes there. Anyway, I think we've got this solved. We do indeed. That was a fairly easy one compared to the other double triangle puzzle we did. Nice little twist at the end though. Clever little twist at the end. Shouldn't there be one more question mark on the map? Yes, there is. And that's presumably where the lab is. Enter the tower. I thought we couldn't. Or can we? It says some non-tetromino puzzle way to enter the tower. Well, I intend to finish the other puzzles before we do that, and explore the lab. Right, 7. I do love the architecture in this area. Remote interchange. Oh, so they're bringing back parts from... earlier puzzles now. Mostly, I know this hasn't... I'm not sure this has always been the case, but mostly puzzles included only puzzle parts from the first game. And one new part that's introduced in this game. Of course, these were from the northern area, I think, these swappers. Oh, I get it. Sorry, that took me a moment. Took me longer than it probably should have done. That's what I was missing. Why would I want to hold this open now, though? Oh, to get through there. Interesting, but I'm going to need a teleporter to be able to free that one. But now I can't get through there. can't have one connector connect both to there and there due to the angles involved. Actually, I should put it right there. I might be able to. Feels a bit silly. I'm not sure that was part of the intended solution, but oh wait, hang on. Oh, I get it. I don't need both of these, I just need one of these. So I've done a very poor job there. Yeah. I get it. I'm not sure this helps though. So I can have that be self-sustaining, but what's the point? What does that gain? What's the benefit rather? So I can't have that there. Yes, a little unclear. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure this out in my head. I need a weight on here, and I need the teleport to get the jammer out. Oh, once the weight's on there, it doesn't matter, does it? I get it. Making a lot more sense now. So I set it up like that, and now it doesn't matter if I take this away because that will stay down. Yeah, okay, that took me a little longer than it should have done, but never mind. Got there in the end. Where was I even going over here? Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna need 2 boxes again. And a jammer. Two so that I can get a box over to the other side. What did I need to get a box over to the other side? Oh no, I'm not sure I did. I could have just used the ladder. Never mind. We still solved it, even if I got a bit confused for a second there. Excellent.
I'm impressed.
Thank you, Melville. I nearly went straight off the edge. That wouldn't have been so impressive. Gold puzzles. If Cornelius is on the other side of the gold door puzzles, one has to wonder how he got there. Given that he clearly hasn't solved all the puzzles to open the gold doors the conventional way.
Father, I updated the Noema algorithm. It's working twice as fast now, and I think I can increase matter output by 25% if I tweak the modulator a little. I'm so excited.
Nice to meet you. So excited. I'm Cornelius.
What? Oh, Dad, this is science.
You have no idea how long I've been waiting for the right moment.
Interesting. Why do I get the bad feeling that something went terribly wrong with Miranda? She possibly didn't make it, and then it was the feeling of loss that Athena and Cornelius both felt that then caused them to fall out and separate, and also for them to give up on the project, which is why this is all in ruin. But if that's true, why is Prometheus urging us to come here? Could it be the Sphinx, Pandora and Cornelius... Oh, sorry. The Sphinx, Pandora and Prometheus were all some sort of creations of Miranda, some sort of AI project she was working on or something? And they have continued, or at least Prometheus has continued to has continued Miranda's ideals of having great reverence for the world and promoting scientific development for the sake of scientific development. Actually, I'm not sure that helps. That definitely doesn't help, though. I clearly need to get... Do I clearly need to get the connector over here? I think I do, but where's the receiver? Up there. Right, so I do. Oh, I get it. Sorry, being a bit dumb. Through there. Got it. I think I know what to do here. Teleport trick. There we go. Only issue is I could really do with getting the connector up here. Definitely missing something. I'm not quite there yet. Ah! Sorry, I think I just solved another part of it. And it's a puzzle solution type or component that we've seen before. I think that's what I was missing. Now I can get up there without needing to use the fan myself, which is jolly nice. Let me do that. Yeah, but that's not gonna... That doesn't quite give us a full solution. The box needs to be there. Otherwise the connector wouldn't stay flat. But there are no other parts. What else can I use to weigh something down? is close enough together so I can do that. Jump over here. Take that, keeping the connections alive, then place it. Yes. That was a good one. Quite a bit of thought. So that's the last puzzle in this area solved, unless there's something in the tower. But there should be a lab somewhere over here. Oh no, that appears to be another lore dump. We were asked to connect to a data stream in a lab. So where's the lab? Ooh. What do I do? Another Prometheus spark. From Arkady Chervanesky's In Our Likeness, Essays on Humankind Reaching Adulthood, the question of our relationship with nature has bedeviled us since the earliest days of our species. Since before the first city was built, we felt that there was something different about us. How do you know that? Animals, we intuited, were part of nature. We were not. Again, I'd question that. But of course, humans clearly are the products of nature, a history intertwined with that of every other species. In fact, the very notion of the unnatural is contradiction in terms. Everything that exists must, by definition, be natural. So this view, no matter how common, is deeply paradoxical. This paradox has produced a great deal of confusion. Some proclaim us chosen by divine power, set above all other creatures, and are justly accused of arrogance. Others proclaim us sinners, worse than other creatures, and are rightly accused of misanthropy. Others yet try to oppose this binary by saying we are merely animals after all, but that too is manifestly wrong, in that no other animal is capable of having this conversation. It is in the contentious issue of our impact on the ecosphere that an answer may be found. Other animals have accidentally terraformed the planet before, driving other species to extinction. This is not unnatural. If we continue our current path, even to the point of changing the climate enough to cause the collapse of civilization, that will be entirely in keeping with how animals behave. But there is one profound way in which we are not like animals. We can learn to understand ourselves and the world. It is this knowledge that makes us fundamentally different. We have choices. We have control. There are many today who are afraid of the consequences of control and would prefer a return to a state of animal ignorance, whether by blinding ourselves to the impact of our actions or by demanding we humble ourselves before nature. This is the response of an adult in crisis, who wishes for a return to childhood, but this can only ever be regressive in every sense of the word. To resolve the paradox of nature, we must act as adults, accept our power and act consciously and deliberately in shaping the world. We must become nature, and nature must become human. Athena, this is the heart of the matter, lifting up the world rather than lowering ourselves. But why do so many people so badly want to lower themselves? Cornelius, do they want to, or is it simply a convenient pose to strike? Upgrade. Miranda to Athena. Right, we've got some more ASCII to transcribe. Let me get that script open. The one? Yes, I think it is. Transition. So, 5-7 6-9 7-4 6-8 6-9 6E 2-0 6-1 6C 6C 2-0 7-4 6-8 6174 20 6973 20 60 6F 72 74 61 6C 2C 20 74 68 65 7265206973207468. 65207365656420 6F662069 6D 6F727461 6D 697466720 Oh, it ended on a space. There's probably more. Within all that is normal, within all that is mortal, there is the seed of immortality. For it, and then it cuts off. And there's the rest of it. 6973206116E20 696D 6D 6F72746168617420 6661 6F 6E 6564206974 206672 6F 6D 2063 68 61 6F 73 2061 6E 64 2076 6F 69642E. Within all that is mortal, there is a seed of immortality, for it is in. Let me try again. Within all that is mortal, there is a seed of immortality, for it is an. Within all that is mortal, there is a seed of immortality, for it is an immortal that fashioned it from chaos and void. Sorry, I don't know why it took me so long to get that out. Right, where were we? We upgraded the lab with my new design. Synthesizing some of the pieces took longer than expected. We still have some bugs to iron out when it comes to complex structures, but it worked. Now the labs are safer and prettier, although Father says they look too much like spaceships. I don't see it. Do you? Miranda. Another Trevor vlog.
Today, we were delighted to be visited by a bunch of protesters, these voluntary extinction weirdos who think we're creating soulless monstrosities that will destroy the planet. They broke into the facility and started yelling at everyone. Fun, 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 right? Then one of them lunged at Alex. Big mistake. Chernyshevsky grabbed the guy and literally threw him across the room. I mean, almost threw him all the way off the dam. After that, the rest of them had a change of heart. Now, I'm telling you this because mostly it is not like that. But these people do exist. And somewhere in their shriveled little souls, they think that they're doing the right thing. They think they're being righteous. Now, to me, what Alex is trying to do is an obvious good. But that's not the same for everyone.
I suppose it's more of an audio log than a vlog, but still. I just noticed, I was looking for that other question mark, because I knew there should be a lab around here somewhere. And I saw what looked like a lab, and look at the compass as I get closer. It reveals a question mark. It was so close to two other points that it was hidden. Because of course the Tetromino puzzle's up there, and I'm not sure what the other one is. But yeah, it covers up the question mark. Very unhelpfully. Oh well, we found it nevertheless. Oh, whatever the other point is. Oh, it's an objective mark, and it's inside the lab itself. That's why it was covering it up. I wonder if entering the tower is going to be via the lab. Another guitar. I guess Cornelius probably. Oh, I suppose it could be Cornelius or Athena that played guitar, thinking about it. I wonder if Cornelius was there from the beginning.
Look at this place.
When Miranda was born, I was going to say.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Mesmerizing. That's how it lures you in, I think. You see all these beautiful things and your imagination starts working overtime. And the puzzles, the towers, the mysterious apparitions, it all draws you further in, deeper into the trap. What if that's the whole point of this place? What if every time you have one of those visions, another little bit of you is corrupted, overwritten with the hubris of this place?
Very poetic, but I doubt it. I haven't been corrupted, let's not be superstitious. I'm aware of this place too, but my mind is my own. Kind of between the two. Like, I'm not overlooking the fact that this place could be dangerous, but equally I'm not worried about some supernatural corruption. I haven't been corrupted, let's not be superstitious.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to suggest you were, whatever it is I'm trying to say. I guess I'm just disappointed in myself. Byron needs me. You all need me to do my job, and I can't even use a terminal. If this is all really the work of the Founder, I don't know, maybe she lost her way. Or maybe we're just not ready. But once we find Byron, I suggest we get the hell out of here and never come back.
I don't think that would be a good idea. I think we should definitely be making use of what's here responsibly and studying it slowly. Although if we could find Cornelius, that would help a great deal. From Thekla to Athena, beloved Founder, years have passed and still there is nothing but silence. Have we sinned? Have you abandoned us for our arrogance or our greed? Some of the others continue to build. I told them not to, but they don't listen to me. Byron is the worst of them. He disrespects you constantly, spreading lies, and... How could these messages have followed servers to this location, and them not have any ability to trace it back and know that a message has been delivered, or even suspect that there were machines there? It seems a bit unlikely, doesn't it? 4865 207768 6F 736520 666163 6520 6769 7665 hang on, I've lost my place. 616365 206769 7665. Found it, sorry. 73206E6F 206C6967 6874 2C2073686166C2006E657665 76. Wait, I've already done that. 76657220 6265 636F 6D 652061 20737461 722E. He whose face gives no light shall never become a star. Interesting. Byron is the worst of them. He disrespects you constantly, spreading lies. Please know that there are those who remain faithful, who respect the limits you set and seek wisdom and humility as you taught. We may win the next election. Perhaps then you will return. Praise your name, Thekla. When you say we, do you mean you personally, or do you mean a faction you represent? From Trebuchet to Athena, Founder. Although I was born in the early days of New Jerusalem, I never knew you well. This is not your fault. I became so focused on improving the dam that I didn't develop much in the way of social relationship, except perhaps with Melville. That doesn't mean I was unhappy. I was in fact extremely content. I like to solve complex problems in peace and quiet. That's who I am. Yeah, that sounds very familiar to me as well. Not that I wouldn't like more social interaction, but I can certainly be very content in those situations. But now the pleasure I used to get out of my work has faded. I may not need a lot of company, but I want my work to be meaningful, to contribute. It does not feel like that anymore. When I suggest new projects, the mayor acts like I've committed a crime, like I should be ashamed. I do not like this. I do not care about social issues or debates. I do not want to get involved. I just want to be able to keep working on making things better. Please fix this situation. Thank you, Trebuchet. Trebuchet 216. Interesting. So he says he was born in the early days of New Jerusalem, but he's more than 200 in. Interesting. In terms of the number in which his build number. What was I thinking? Yeah, when I was talking about how could she have been receiving emails, like even if they're not using the actual email protocols that exist today, like I'm not aware of a protocol for computers communicating whereby there is no difference between a message has been received and a message couldn't be received, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not aware of a way you could have two computers connected up and talking such that you don't know if the other end is listening. I mean, okay, you could design a protocol like that, but that would imply there is no handshake whatsoever between the machines. I mean, that's a lot like, I'd have to check the protocol precisely, but that sounds a lot like UDP, where you're just throwing messages at the other end and hoping it gets there. But even that, I'm pretty sure there's a handshake to set up the connection initially. Even if after that, the communication could be just one way. The point I'm getting at is how could they have sent some sort of message to her and them not be able to trace the message going to from one of their machines that they set up that they know about to a machine which they weren't aware of. And even if that machine turned out to be quite close to New Jerusalem, they could then go to that machine and forensically inspect the communications it's involved with, and that should have then led them to another one. I don't understand how they could have had messages actually reaching the founder and with enough effort that not being traceable. Paying the price. S.T. Samuel. From the Introduction to Portraits of the Martyrs by S.T. Samuel. The list of people condemned for advocating new ideas is long and depressing. Ignaz Semmelweis utterly destroyed for suggesting doctors wash their hands. Ludwig Boltzmann ridiculed for suggesting the existence of atoms. Robert H. Goddard mocked for arguing that a rocket could reach the moon. Al-Razi attacked for questioning the existence of humours. Barbara McClintock's discovery of transposition ignored for years. The list goes on. And we haven't even touched on what happens to those who suggest political rather than scientific improvements. Even when they succeed, they often still pay with their lives. These days, the idea of progress is frequently derided as yet another narrative, identified with the establishment by critics who curiously portray themselves as rebels. But the truth is that every step forward that humanity has ever taken has enormous personal cost. And there's a C5358 in there, and the 5358 I'm pretty sure is a sequence we've seen repeated many times before for some reason. Miranda, that means it's even more important to stand up for the truth because so many others have already sacrificed themselves for it. Athena, it does, but what is the right way of doing it? Many died for the truth without accomplishing anything. Miranda, maybe we just have to do what's right and trust the universe. How many of them really knew that what they were arguing for was the truth, though? I can't speak to those specific examples because I've not researched it, but one pattern I have often seen repeated, this whole narrative of people that make discoveries being persecuted seems to be exaggerated. I'm not suggesting it doesn't exist at all, or hasn't happened, but cases I have heard of, often there's other things going on. For example, I've seen cases where someone has come up with a quite radically different theory to what is currently accepted. The theory itself is plausible-ish in that it doesn't contradict current knowledge, but but neither is there enough evidence to support it. Their own arguments don't support it. People at the time deride it as sloppy work, that they haven't properly proven the points they're making. It is just a theory they've come up with, and then it turns out they're right. And the thing is, like, it's kind of like the 1,000 monkeys with typewriters situation, except rather than it being that saying about producing works of Shakespeare, except if you're actually already, you know, academically trained, you're gonna have a much higher chance of coming up with a theory which might happen to be true than a monkey would have of writing Shakespeare. Like, the point is, of course that happens sometimes. It would be very strange probabilistically if it didn't, but that doesn't mean that the people at the time were right to be suggesting the things that they were based on the evidence that was available, or at least not asserting it as the truth. As a possibility, sure, but not as this is clearly the case. And the people that were deriding their work often had good reason to do so, because it wasn't good work, even if it turned out they were correct in the end. And similarly, I've also seen cases where work has been suppressed for political or religious reasons, but the people that are suppressing it aren't actually saying that it's wrong. They're just saying that, well, given the political association with the people that are putting this forwards, we think that the instability it would create in society if we officially endorsed this is too great, so we can't endorse this, even if you're right. Which, again, you could argue about. You could certainly make a strong argument that, well, if you can't accept the truth, even if you can't accept the truth because you're worried about having the establishment that you benefit from being brought into jeopardy, then maybe you shouldn't be in power in the first place, and I'd have some sympathy with that argument. But the point is, it's not like these people were foolish. It's not like they were actually saying this is wrong. They were just saying we personally hold the power and we're not comfortable with this being put forward at the moment. And so those, like, two alternative narratives, if you will, you were right, but partly on accident because you didn't prove it properly, and B, you might be right, but we don't care because we're suppressing this for other reasons. Those two things I have seen in real life history, and they seem to be a lot more common from what I've seen than genuine cases of people actually discovering something and just not being listened to for no reason. Hey Pikachu, lovely to see you. How are you feeling today? Are you having a good day? Oh, that file will be in red because it will cause that data stream overload, and we'll have another vision from Thuya. Oh, there's more ASCII to transliterate. Hang on, let me get this up. Just got home from a parade in the rain. Oh goodness me, that sounds exciting. Were you, obviously you don't have to answer this, were you involved in the parade at all, or were you just witnessing it? Uh, 6F 666974 7320 7468 61 7420 61 6E 20 69 646C 65206B. Just a spectator. Fair enough. Did you enjoy it? Was it good? In little profits that an idle... Oh, it little profits that an idle... Oh, and we've got way more ASCII. Wonderful. My parade days are done, thank goodness. Feel free to keep talking to me. I'm just copying out some ASCII so that we can read what it says. What was I? 686973207374 6962 6C 6C20 68 65617274 68 2C20 61 6D 6F 6E 67 20 74 68 65 73 65 20 62 61 72 72 65 6E20 63 72 61 67 73 2C 0A 4D 61 74 63 68 27 64 20 77 697. Did you manage to stay dry? 74 68 20 61 6E 20 61 67 65 64 20 77 69 66 65 2C 20 49 20 60 65 2C 20 49 20 60 65 74 65 20 61 6E 64 20 64 6F 6C 65 0A 55 6E 65 71 75 61 6C 20 6C 61 77 73 20 75 6E 74 6F 20 61 20 73 61 76 61 67 65 20 72 61 63 65 2C 0A. That's a... Is that a line feed? I think so. So they... It certainly wasn't a carriage return line feed. So does that mean they're using the Linux format for text files? I think so. 2C 20 61 6E 64 20 73 6C 65 65 70 2C 20 61 6E 64 20 66 65 65 64 2C 20 61 6E 64 20 6B 6E 6F 77 20 6E 6F 74 20 6D 65 6E. It profits that an idle... it little profits that an idle king, by this still hearth among these barren crags, matched with an aged wife, I met and dole unequal laws unto a savage race, that hoard and sleep and feed and know not me. That sounds like poetry. I wonder if I can find where that's from. I strongly suspect that the developers of this game didn't write that. It profits little that an idle king. Ulysses. Which I believe is one of the ways of translating Odysseus from Greek mythology. It seems to be an older-fashioned way that they rendered his name. I'm not quite sure how you end up with both Ulysses and Odysseus from the same Greek, but still. Oh, by Alfred Lord Tennyson. It little profits an idle king, by this still half among these barren crags, matched with an aged wife, I met and dole on equal laws into a savage race, that hoard and sleep and feed, and know not me. I cannot rest from travel, I will drink life to the lees. All times I've enjoyed greatly, have suffered greatly, both with those that loved me, and alone, on shore, and when through scudding drifts the rainy Hyads vexed the dim sea, I am become a name, for always roaming with hungry heart. Much have I seen and known, cities of men, and manners, climates, councils, governments, myself not least, but honoured of them all, and drunk delight of battle with my peers. For on the ringing plains of windy Troy, I am part of all that I have met. Yet all experience is an arch wherethrough gleams the untravelled worlds whose margins fade. Forever and forever, when I move, how dull it is to pause, to make an end, to rust unburnished, not to shine in use, and though to breathe were life, life piled on life, were all too little, and of one to me, little remains, but every hour is saved from that eternal silence, something more, bringer of new things, and vile it were, for some through suns to store and hoard myself, and this grey spirit yearning in desire, to follow knowledge like a sinking star, beyond the utmost bound of human thought. It does go on, but I won't read it all, especially given that to fully understand it, I would have to give it quite some analysis, I think, which we're not here to do today. So from Thuya, dear founder, everything has gotten so much worse since you left. We keep pursuing the goal, but our lives are getting less happy. When the weather is dry and the dam runs low, there is nothing to do in the whole city. Things don't get fixed anymore. We even had to dismantle the cinema. I know it was frivolous and pointless when we can just watch video files, but it was fun to go watch movies together like people used to do. I believe in your wisdom, founder. I believe we have to avoid hurting the planet like our ancestors did, but I don't know if the mayor is doing what you would have wanted. Isn't there another way of reaching the goal? Please, I know you left for a reason, but I don't think we can go on this way. And all of the comments are corrupted, and we've got that same sequence over and over again. 5358. That must be significant in some way. I just don't know where I used the 5358 in the game. A fragment from Stratton's on the universe. Amnutus. You have made quite the catalogue of horrors, Stratton. Children dying in their mother's arms, cities perishing by the plague, and even animals living without peace or happiness. Nicomachus. Why must we listen to this? You know I have just eaten a heavy dinner. Stratton. Because these things, which are ugly, must be confronted for us to reach the truth. You spoke of justice earlier. Amintus. But are these things just? Amintus. They are not. Stratton. Then you must admit the universe itself is not just. If the gods exist, and there's a reference there, footnotes, then they do not bend the world to their will. Rather, the universe proceeds as a machine, following its rules. Justice and virtue are human inventions. Amintus. Are you saying justice and virtue are therefore illusionary and should be abandoned? Stratton. The opposite, my friend. It is mankind alone that can compose these values upon this machine. Footnotes 34. It remains unclear whether Stratton believed in the gods or used them solely as metaphors. His work on the deities is no longer extant. Oh, if this is actually genuine, because I know this game both likes to create new fictional resources and include ones from real life. And I'm also well aware that there is a very real thing that the number of books we know of that did exist in antiquity is way smaller than the number that still remain. Like, it is a thing that throughout the classical literature that we still have, that they will refer to other works and saying, in so-and-so's book entitled such and such, and we just don't have most of them. Imagine having an author who often refers to who often refers to the gods, and yet knowing that he wrote a book specifically to do with his beliefs about the gods, and yet that work not being one of the surviving ones. That must be infuriating. His work on the deities is no longer extant. Tantalizingly, Diogenes Laertius mentions that it caused a fist fight in the Lyceum. Athena, I thought that made us human. Sorry, I thought what made us human was that we search for meaning, but perhaps a better way of thinking about it is that we create meaning. Oh, more ASCII. Okay, fine. I'll transliterate. I really wish they wouldn't do this in this game. I know I keep saying it, but it's so annoying. 65 73 74 65 72 64 6179 207765 206F 6265 79 65 64 206B 69 6E 6773 2061 6E 64 20 62 65 6E 74 20 6F 75 72 20 6E 65 63 6B 73 20 62 65 66 6F 72 65 20 65 6D 70 65 72 6F 72 73 2E 20 42 75 74 20 74 6F 64 61 79 20 6 F 75 72 20 6 E 65 63 6 B 73 20 62 65 66 6 F 72 65 20 65 6 D 70 65 72 6 F 72 73 2 E 20 42 75 74 20 74 6 F 64 6179 20 77 65 20 6B 6E 65 65 6C 20 6F 6E 6C 79 20 74 6F 20 74 72 75 74 68 2C 20 66 6F 6C 6C 6F 77 20 6F 6E 6C 79 20 62 65 61 75 74 79 2C 20 61 6E 64 20 6F 62 65 79 20 6F 6E 6C 79 20 6C 6F 76 65 2E. Yesterday we obeyed the kings and bent our necks before emperors, but today our necks before... Oh sorry, I must have repeated it accidentally. Yesterday we obeyed kings and bent our necks before emperors, but today we kneel only to truth, follow only beauty, and obey only love. I made a few mistakes there in the transliteration, but it's a long one, and it slows me down a lot if I go back to check. 66 72 65. Sorry. 66 72 75 69 74 66 75 6C 2C 20 61 6E 64 20 60 75 6C 74 69 70 6C 79 2C 20 61 6E 64 20 72 65 70 6C 65 6E 69 73 68 20 74 68 65 20 65 61 72 74 68 2C 20 61 6E 74 20 73 75 62 64 75 6 65 20 69 74 3A 20 61 6E 64 20 68 61 76 65 20 64 6F 6D 69 6E 69 6F 6E 20 6F 76 6 5 72 20 74 68 65 20 66 69 73 68 20 6F 66 20 74 68 65 20 73 65 61 2C 20 21 6E 64 20 6F 76 65 72 20 74 68 65 20 66 6F 77 6C 20 6F 66 20 74 68 65 20 61 69 72 2C 20 61 6E 64 20 6F 76 65 72 20 65 76 65 72 65 76 65 7 oh yeah 72 79 20 6C 69 76 69 6E 67 20 74 68 69 6E 67 20 64 28 61 74 20 60 6F 76 65 74 20 60 6F 76 65 74 68 20 75 70 6F 6E 20 74 68 65 20 65 61 72 74 68 2E. That's the next chunk. Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it. And have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. And then there's a final little bit. Which is much shorter than the other two I've already done. 4 8 6 5 6C 6C 20 69 73 20 65 6D 70 74 79 2C 20 61 6E 64 20 61 6C 6C 20 74 68 65 20 64 65 76 69 6C 73 20 61 72 65 20 68 65 72 65 2E. Hell is empty and all the devils are here. Oh my goodness. What a thought. Well, let's continue. Oh, hang on. I probably should have checked if there was anything interesting that wasn't in ASCII in that one. There is a pattern underneath. New primary site. Lake water for calling. Right, let's trigger another overload.
Our ancestors kept telling themselves that the brevity of their lives didn't matter. But they had so little time to ever really think about anything. I've spent several human lifetimes studying this mystery, and only now am I beginning to see. The simulation was built on top of material reality, unable to escape its constraints. In the same way, physics as we understand it, even quantum physics, is built on top of a deeper reality. A set of rules that define existence itself. There is a universal language of creation, and I think we can learn it.
Very interesting place we ended up. Still, did that help, Melville?
The language of creation.
Oh, I could try something
What were they
like that.
doing here? And how far did they get?
I can't answer that, but I think I fixed the Tetromino bridge, machine, ring thing.
Well,
I say
hey.
I think because it's not in the schematics. And what I'm doing is hack work at best. Try it and see if it works.
And if I die? I mean, this is a machine that is apparently producing matter out of thin air, and which is also going to be relied upon to support me. So for multiple reasons, if this thing
I've
malfunctions...
decoded another file from the data stream. Listen to this.
Mother and Father think of our discoveries as a language, a code. But I think they're wrong. They're so caught up in the technical details of running the experiments and upgrading the machine that they're not paying attention to the patterns we're finding, to the symmetries, the harmonies, the melodies. The fundamental language of reality is a kind of music, and it's beautiful. Beauty is an inherent property of the cosmos.
I love the way she looks at things.
That doesn't count, unfortunately. So even though it should connect up, it has to connect up in a specific way to count, which is a shame. I'm trying to think how I could have done this differently. That's what I tried the first time, it didn't work. Yeah. That's not going to work. But the other way maybe would work. Maybe. Being the operative word here. Nah. No such luck. Oh dear. Oh, I did it. Excellent. Up we go. For a meeting, presumably, with Prometheus, Pandora, or the Sphinx. Sphinx.
Welcome back, creature of clay.
Thank you.
The forge burns bright, but the sky is troubled with clouds. A mortal has ascended Olympus without the permission of Zeus.
Tell me where Byron is. Tell me the fate of the mortals, of Mortals who trespass. Tell me, is that what Byron? Are you referring to Byron? Tell me where Byron is.
The workings of Olympus are disrupted by the trespasser. Pandora, fearing the wrath of the gods, has broken the paths to ascension.
How can the trespasser be freed?
Only Prometheus can help you, for he has always favored humankind over the gods, and would see Olympus pass into your hands. But he is bound in the heart of the mountain. Break his chains, and he will show you the way.
That's simultaneously very clear and very cryptic. Well then. The heart of the mountain, do you mean the megastructure?
I think it's safe to assume that Olympus is the entity's term for the megastructure. It looks like our best chance of rescuing Byron is finding Prometheus and freeing him.
How do you free a weird, glowing ghost thing?
I suspect these entities exist within the megastructure systems, and what we're seeing is just how they manifest to communicate with us.
I don't really care what they are. For now, let's play along.
Am I going to survive jumping off it? Oh, I'm not allowed. I can. I may be trapped here now, I'm not sure. I just wanted to have a walk around here, see if there's anything hidden. Well then. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this. So presumably if they're entities within the megastructure system, then he's only virtually bound. Unbinding him is going to be a hacking operation by the sounds of it, as opposed to actually freeing a creature that's physically bound. Oh, we were lucky there. But we got out of that one. Right, I think we've done everything here that we can do for now. I imagine we'll be coming back at some point when it's time to do the gold puzzles and the other puzzles to do with the Sphinx monuments.
You know, I always kind of resented Byron for being so charming and charismatic. The dashing explorer, and one of the first companions, too. Being the voice of caution is not a fun role to play. Always having to be the responsible one, the killjoy. The one who says, maybe that's too much. But sometimes, it is too much.
It's not your fault, Al.
Blimey. Another very interesting structure that's, in this case, somehow just hovering in the air. It's just getting more and more
In this area,
deserty.
we have an especially weird problem. Something in one of the labs is going completely bananas, and I can't shut it down because I'm not, well, you. Come find me when you're ready.
Okay.
What is it with the language libraries and bananas?
Very beautiful, isn't it? It's very hot though. Imagine it would be quite uncomfortable standing here. Well, perhaps not as an android, I don't know. Anyway, we'd better call it there for tonight. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be streaming again on Monday. That'll be the next stream, and that's going to be more Dark Souls 2. Tuesday will be Bloodborne. Wednesday will be more Talos 2. Thursday will be Dark Souls 2. Friday will probably be a collaboration stream with Pikachu. Still need to confirm that. Still need to test some stuff to make sure it's going to work. I don't want a repeat of what happened with Phasmophobia yesterday. That was awful. I am very sorry for how many technical errors we had and other errors during that stream. That was, yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, and then Saturday is going to be more Talos 2. So that's the provisional schedule for next week. If for any reason my schedule should change, then I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads. And I would also announce it on our Discord server. Incidentally, the Discord server is open to anyone. I do obviously announce when I go live there, but I also try to make it just a general place for people to socialise and have fun, and I also try to make it a safe space for neurodivergent people, specifically. Obviously, anyone's welcome, but if you are neurodivergent, I'm doing my best to make sure that you can feel safe and comfortable there. I know it can be difficult, especially I'm autistic myself. I know what it can be like with trying to socialise and all the anxiety and the pain of not being able to come across well and not understanding why, etc. I do my best to make sure the Discord server is not like that, that people are as tolerant and accepting as possible. So if that is of interest to you, then it shouldn't be hard for you to find the server, because there will be, if you're looking at my Twitch page, there's a link in the About section. I'm pretty sure there's a link from YouTube as well in my profile. If there isn't, then there's definitely a link to my socials, because I have a website which I'm still expanding. There's not much there currently. There is I do have a socials page on my website, which just includes everything, everywhere where you can find me, and the Discord server. So there's definitely, if there isn't a link to my Discord on the YouTube page, there is, but I think there is definitely a link to my socials from there. If you're in, we'd love to have you if you're interested. Anyway. With that said, I should wrap up. I don't think I'll raid anybody because I only have one viewer currently, so there's probably no point. But thank you for joining me, everyone, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Good night, everybody.